what you get for being late. 5 years in the ISO cube.
2 minutes late, 5 years in ISO cube. But we're live now. We're good to go.
Hello. Look at
Hello.
that. For being late, we hereby sentence Hugh to 5 years in the ISO cube. That's what you get for being late.
I accept my judgment. I understand. Society would cease to function if I did not.
Listen, every other stream on YouTube is late. We can't give in. All right. We need to be
What
the
do you
only
think
ones
we're
who
gonna
start
be?
on
Be the
time.
only ones start on time, like a bunch of nerds?
That's what we're trying. That's what we're aiming for. All right. So we can't let this become a pattern. How's everybody doing? I hope you're having a fine Sunday. You're having a
I
good
sure
time.
am.
I hope you're not sick of talking about Alex Garland because he's our
Never.
he's our he's our favorite auteur to discuss. He's quite the character, quite the enigma, and today we're going to continue our research into who he is and why he is and how he is.
How he came to be. How has Alex Garland's career, now that his career is over, now that he has ended it himself, game ended his own career.
Well, his directorial career is over.
Yes, yeah. Well, this is a review of his directed pictures. Yeah, what has he made? We're tracing it, beginning to. We've already traced the end, so we've returned to the beginning.
Big Mitchy says it's 1 a.m. If you're somewhere where it's 1 a.m. currently, that's a you problem. All right. It is 11 a.m. where we are.
Yeah,
All right.
where God pays
It's
attention.
it is still Sunday. All right. If you're somewhere where it's Monday already, you need to take a long look in the mirror. That's what I have to say about that. I'm guessing you're Australian or possibly Japanese. I don't actually know where it would be tomorrow already, but somewhere like that. Anyway, yeah, today we're going to talk about Dredd. Is it confirmed that Civil War is a bomb? I would say so. You know what? Let's look it up.
Yeah, why not?
Civil
Let's talk
War.
about this for a little bit while we let people
Yeah.
filter in.
Yeah, because we don't plan these things very well in advance, so this is probably coming as a surprise to many of you. Civil War. Let's remind ourselves of what the budget was. Because I've seen actually
Reported
conflicting.
budget was 50 million, right? That was the
I've also, yes, okay, so while there are some reports that place Civil War's budget as high as 75 million, IndieWire confirmed it at 50 million. So, $50 million they spent, presumably only on production of Alex Garland's A24's Civil War. That's a lot of money. That's the most they've ever spent on a movie, actually. And so far, to date, it has grossed only 66 million worldwide. That's a flop, baby. That's a big
That's a
old flop.
big flop. That's what, like, 50% budget loss, right? Like they haven't, they're not even close to breaking even.
Yeah, so a couple things. It is still in theaters, but it's made the bulk of its money in theaters already. And because we are living in an age where people don't rent individual movies on demand much anymore, there's not much money to be made beyond this. I don't see this movie playing on television much,
No
so I
way.
can't. You know what I mean? They're not going to make that kind of money either. 66 million is bad. They spent a lot of money on marketing. We don't know the exact figures. They're rarely findable, those figures, but safe to say in terms of the split between the movie theaters and the amount they spent on marketing and all those other costs, they would need to make something like 150 million to break even. I think on the Civil War stream, I erroneously said it'd need to make 200. That's a bit steep. It needs to make 150 roughly to break even. And 66 is not 150. In fact, it's less than 150 by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's
It
far
just
back there.
identifying the size of numbers is just one of the many skills I have, Hugh.
No, I mean it's what is greater than? Yeah, you really aced that. Pretty pretty elementary kind of math class. I think you're doing pretty good there. You're exactly the type we need running studios, Jamie. Put you in
Topaz
charge.
asks if we're going to review Challengers. I don't really have any intention of seeing any of that guy's
I don't know
movies.
what that
That
is.
might it might be a bias on my part, but I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I won't try. But it's the same guy who wrote and directed. Well, actually, I guess he just directed "Call Me by Your Name," "Bones and All," and now "Challengers," which is that tennis love triangle movie.
Oh, the
Um,
Zendaya threesome movie. Yeah,
yes,
yeah. Okay.
that's
Oh,
the
and he
one,
did
the
the
purple film.
Suspiria remake.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Okay,
that was
yeah,
him.
that guy. I have not seen any of his stuff. Um, None of his movies really appeal to me. It would take a lot to convince me to see them. I might listen to the score on its own because I do quite like Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. But unless people tell me you really got to see it either because it's so good or so bad, I probably won't see that one.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I have not. I didn't even realize it was out. Um, haven't it hasn't really been on my radar. I wouldn't say.
We got a super chat before we even started. Wow, what a time to be alive. Thanks, Metal Face Rose Z, however you say that, for
Keep
the
it going.
super chat. Alex Garland is a lot like M. Night Shyamalan, except Garland's flaws and quirks aren't as endearing or charming. I think there's something to that.
Yeah,
There's something to that
I might agree
comparison.
with that actually. Yeah.
I've said it before that Alex Garland is art house Zack Snyder. I feel like the comparison is most apt with Dredd, actually. Not in, this is like
Hmm.
early for both of them. You know, if you think of early Alex Garland and
You
early
know?
Zack Snyder, there's some, especially with the slow-mo. Though I would say the slow-mo is a bit more meaningful in this than some
Yeah.
of Alex Garland's projects. But
Zack Snyder's projects, you mean? I think, right?
yes, that is what I meant. See, I get them confused because they have so
That's
much
funny
in
because I would
common.
consider this basically Alex Garland's 300.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that. We also got a super chat. It says, I like Dread. It's pretty neat. Yeah, we'll talk all about it today. I hope.
Well,
Well, so yes, for those who don't know, Dread is a movie based on comics based on a character called Judge Dredd. I am not really familiar with those comics. Hugh, are you familiar with any of that stuff?
no. So I erroneously told my girlfriend yesterday when we were watching this that this was technically a. I think I told her it was a Marvel, like Marvel adjacent. I because I had been. I believed that the Stallone version from back whenever they made that movie had been like something of a Marvel project, a comic book Marvel thing, kind of like Blade. I think Judge Dredd is one of those weird properties that sort of hovered in between like a more independent comic studio and then got swapped around to DC, which is, you know, considering the Zack Snyder comparison, even a little funnier. Um,
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know much of anything about the comics on this one. So perhaps people in the chat will be more familiar. I understand that there is a previous attempt to make a Judge Dredd movie starring Sylvester Stallone, and that people don't care for that. That's all I really know. I haven't seen it. I didn't
I've
actually
seen
see.
part. I think I've seen it once. It's very. I mean, it's very schlocky.
Okay.
Camp schlocky is kind of the way
There's
I
a
would put it.
there's a schlockiness to this
Oh
one.
no,
It's not
I wouldn't call it. I think this is schlocky, like grimdark schlocky, as opposed to
okay.
camp schlocky. You know, this one has
Okay, I
a
can
lot to do
yeah.
with that, and I enjoyed that vibe. The schlocky grimdark action hero stuff. I did.
Yeah,
I
well
had a good time with that.
let's just jump in before we'll go with broad non-spoilery opening thoughts, opening statements first, and then because we are going to spoil this movie, we're going to talk all about it. We're going to go through all the nitty-gritty details. So without spoiling it, Hugh, what do you think of Dread? Do you recommend it? How do you feel about it?
You know, honestly, I probably would recommend it. I had a lot of fun watching it. I'm not gonna, you know, this is not kind of, you know, a masterwork of like an Oscar-winning masterwork. I kind of understand why this movie did not do as well in theaters with broad general audiences. I think that there's a lot to be desired, but it's very funny. I had a really, I thought it was like really, really funny. In parts, I couldn't tell if it was being intentionally funny or unintentionally funny. There's a little bit of
Okay.
that to it. I think it understands its source material. From what I know of the source material, it understands it better than the original version did,
Okay.
and I like the performances. I think it's baffling to me that this is from this came out of the same mind that so many years later created Civil War. Um, because there is some enjoyable action, which Civil War, like there's some enjoyable action and some fun to be had in this movie, and I think that in the intervening years, Alex Garland has clearly forgotten how to
How to
have
have
fun.
fun? Yeah. He seems allergic to the idea. I think the last fun thing he did was probably when Oscar Isaac danced in Ex Machina. That was probably the last fun thing that happened in an Alex Garland project. Yeah, this movie definitely, there's fun to be had. There's a sense of cool action fun that it's going for that Alex Garland is allergic to now. I don't know why. It is odd to watch this movie because it has a tone that I can't, yeah, like you said, I can't imagine coming from Alex Garland anymore. I don't, it's strange. So you said you'd recommend the
Yeah,
movie to anyone who
I would
hasn't seen it?
recommend it. It's the other thing that shocked me, especially when we came back from being out for the weekend and went to put this on, is that it is very tight. It's only an hour and 30 minutes, so it's not a huge time commitment to sit and watch this movie.
No,
And something that Alex Garland
it
again
breezes right along.
yeah, something that
That's
Alex
for sure.
Garland again seems to have forgotten how to do is, keep a concise keep his movies in, this concise sort of time frame. So if you've
Yeah.
got an hour and a half and you're into the sort of grimdark schlocky action stuff, you will have fun with this movie. I would recommend it. Yeah. I would say I would recommend it.
Well, um, I didn't like it as much as you did, but I there is quite a bit to appreciate about it. I did enjoy it way more than a lot of the more recent Alex Garland projects. I think the story has some writing issues that kind of take me out of it. I There's a lot to appreciate about it. I enjoy the general tone. I like Karl Urban in it. I think the music is fun. I really, for a movie that's relatively low budget, all things considered, it has a sort of gritty, low budget quality to it that I enjoy. I really like the slow-mo sequences.
Yeah.
They have a
Yeah.
very unique style that it rides a line between dated and like so dated it's fun and like you haven't seen anything like it since. I can say that for sure. Um, there's a lot to praise about it. I think the character of Dredd makes some really dumb decisions, and I think how the plot works out is a little stupid, and I don't like the final climactic scene, or like the final confrontation with the bad guy.
Yeah.
Um, I thought that was a pretty big letdown.
I would
So,
say, yeah, a little bit of a letdown on that final scene for sure. I think it stumbles at points a lot. There's also, like, so one of the other things that I wanted to mention. There's also flashes of that Alex Garland tendency to overstate things in dialogue
oh yeah,
that shows up quite a bit. But Karl Urban is pulling it off the same way that Gerard Butler in 300 is pulling some of Zack Snyder's stuff off. That the hands of a different leading man, it may not work quite so well. So
yeah.
I think that there's a little bit of lightning in a bottle on this one. And it's a shame because I think Alex Garland was on record as saying he never wanted to make another movie like Dredd again. Uh, with
Really?
Yeah, I think that was his response when Karl Urban. So the reason that we're treating this as Alex Garland's directorial debut is because Karl Urban, the star of the film, considers this Alex Garland's directorial debut. Evidently, the credited director Pete Travis, at one point or another, completely lost control of the production, and Alex Garland, in some manner, had to step in and assume the role of director for the film. And that was sort of his launch into the directing role,
Yeah.
opposed to
I
Ex
think
Machina.
was it Is it 2 years later he did Ex Machina? What year was that?
This was 2012. Ex Machina 2014?
It was. It
Oh
was
my
indeed.
god.
I know. Isn't that crazy? 10 years ago. Doesn't feel that old.
It does not. Oh. And yeah, you know what? Ex Machina is only an hour and 50 minutes too. So there's, some
Time makes fools of us all, Hugh.
wow.
Um, anyway, yes. Yeah, so it's often said that everyone sort of looked to him as the director of this project. Now, exactly how that worked on set and when people turned to him, or like when was it Pete Travis? Is that his name?
Yeah, I think that was the director.
Yeah, when he was and wasn't involved with certain decisions is unclear, but a lot of people say he kind of ghost directed this movie, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, even
Um,
the star is willing to go in publications and tell
yeah.
people like, no, actually, Alex directed that. That was the first movie he ever really.
Yes.
So
So I want to respond to a couple things in chat. First of all, Donald's Angry said Dredd ran a marathon so devs could stumble. Pretty good. Topaz dude, Urban insisting that the helmets stay on the whole movie makes the Mandalorian and Halo show look even more embarrassing by comparison. Yeah, that's a good thing to point out and to praise about this movie. It's one of the strongest points I think that Dredd just has the helmet on the whole time and does all his emoting with his body and with the lower half of his face. And I think he does a good job of it. Good job of it. He kind of has a grimace the whole time,
it's
which I find kind of funny.
it's so
You know?
funny. I
Yeah, it's
love
fun.
the facial expressions that he's making because he's doing it. He's really kind of hamming it up, but
Oh
he's
yeah, and
not.
that's one of the things I like
Yeah.
about it.
He's not overstepping it, like that. Oh my god!
No.
Like, I mean, there's that really funny meme where he's looking at the flames, the fire, and he's
Yeah.
got this face that stink face grimace,
He has
and
it's
it's
like
just
bass
beautiful.
face on. You know what I mean? Like that funk bake bass face when you're playing. Like anyway,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah. When you're
let's
really getting
see.
into a groove.
Oh yeah, let's talk about this. This is also, if you Google it, is often called Dredd 3D. I didn't realize
Oh,
that until I was ready to watch this. This is a big three. It even says 3D on the poster, so 3D was a big component of this movie. Now I didn't watch it in 3D. I didn't watch this movie in theaters. I watched it last night for the first time. So, is this the first time you watched it as well?
no,
Like,
I'd seen it back when it came out, but I didn't
did
see
you
it
see
in.
it in 3D?
No, I did not.
Apparently it's gotten pretty good reviews on how they incorporate 3D. A lot of those slow-mo sequences, I imagine, look pretty hip in 3D, but they look really good in 2D as well. Doesn't, they don't do the same sort of 3D things that a lot of movies from the time did, where like things come flying towards the camera and you go, "Whoa!" It didn't do that. So I
Yeah,
think
the slow mo shots that they do use are really interestingly done. I thought I enjoyed those.
someone says the most disappointing thing about Dredd was that the judge didn't give birth to himself. Yep. It's a shame that, that's probably one of the things that Alex Garland looks back on and like, you know what? If I could do it all again, I'd probably have Dredd repeatedly give birth to himself. The final climax.
I
of the
really
film.
regret not giving him a vagina on his back. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be his main takeaway. And
Yes.
this is another kind of, especially given his recent work, this is a very refreshing venture for Alex Garland in that the male hero of the movie is not portrayed as just a bumbling toxic idiot who well, you might disagree about some of that, but he's not portrayed as bumbling. He's portrayed as just how the character from the comics is portrayed.
Yeah, they're not trying to deconstruct him,
Yeah.
really, from what I can tell.
That's the term
Yeah.
I'm looking for. They're not.
Yeah.
They don't do any deconstruction. They just give you what you want from this character, what fans would want to see from this character, and it works. And like it's
think
nice to see.
there's some things that happen that make him kind of stupid by implication, but I don't think the movie's aware of those. Yeah, like I like the movie. I think, if it seems like your cup of tea, I think there's a lot to praise about it, but I think all the love that the movie gets is maybe a bit much considering how the story functions. We'll talk about it. I just have some problems with how things came together. Now we're going to get into spoiler territory. So if you haven't seen it and you want to, get the fuck out of here.
You go ahead. It's only an hour and a half. It's it doesn't not all that long. So I would
So
I would recommend. If you've wanted to, I would recommend, leaving and going and checking it out. If not, here we go. Let's talk about it.
So I have the script here, and there's a little opening narration that kind of sets the tone of the world of this movie. What I appreciate about this is that the world of this movie is that like everything sucks. You know what I mean? Everything's like the crime is worse, but so is the like strictness and brutality of law enforcement. Just like everything's worse. I think the opening narration is America is an irradiated wasteland, a cursed earth in which a single outpost of civilization remains. Actually, this
Cursed
is
city,
I'm
right? Yeah.
yeah, I'm reading like I'm realizing now that the script I have on screen might not be the actual transcript of the movie. But anyway, um there is one sort of city stretching from Boston to Washington. It's just a big giant mega city in the Northeast called Mega City 1, right? And here there are, it's a giant urban sprawl, and you have giant towers that are like projects, and crime is really bad. And in this future, we have the law enforcement, what remains of it is not, they can't keep up with the crime essentially, but they're pretty strict and brutal in how they deal with it. Very harsh sentences for minor crimes. Like I can't remember the exact figure, but there's a guy who's just a vagrant living outside one of these slums, and you're not allowed to do that. And he says like, "Hey, like you can't be here." The sentence for what you're doing, it's something like
It's like
a
two.
year
It was like 2 years or like 2 months in a cube,
in
something
an
like.
ISO cube, which isolation,
Yeah.
that's really that's pretty brutal, man. But there's a kind of fun the movie has with just how terrible everything is, you know, that I appreciate. So basically, the premise of the movie is that Judge Dredd is a judge, and they make quite clear that the police are judge, jury, and executioner in a sense. They judge on the spot. Like there's no courts. The police can just execute people if they've been observed to be committing crimes and all that sort of fun stuff. So we get a cold open where he's following people who are recklessly endangering people on the road and shooting at him while he's in pursuit and all that stuff, and he kills a few of them. And I like everything basically about the first act of the movie, the first 20 to 30 minutes. It's not till the main plot kicks into gear where like some of these problems start for me. I was really enjoying it from the beginning. I think there's a lot to be said about
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I like how we're right on in it. He's he's on his motorcycle. There's some dudes, driving under the influence, and he's after him. And we get a nice little action scene with him chasing them through the streets. They run over a guy, and he's like, "Oh, well, they just upgraded to vehicular homicide. Time to take him out." And he
Yeah.
just, he kind of flips the switch. I like that they give us, the character right from the bat. Right, he's like, he follows the letter of the law. That's his thing.
Yeah.
Like he
And the letter
believes
of
in
the
the
law
letter of the
is
law.
very brutal and strict. Yeah.
Yeah, it's brutal and strict. However, like the crimes that these people are committing are
Even
also
worse.
like even
Yeah.
worse. Like after the guy gets after the vehicle flips over and most of the people in the vehicle are dead. The one criminal runs away and just starts like gunning down random civilians in one of the shopping mall districts of the city or something.
Mhm.
Like he's running through this Blade Runner Mass Effect looking
On a
area.
budget. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this dystopian thing, and he's just gunning random civilians down, and because he's doing that now, it's now the sentence is basically he's okay with putting out a death sentence, and he still offers him the chance to go to an ISO cube for the rest of his life.
Which honestly, if I'm being perfectly frank, sounds worse.
Yeah, yeah, it
Like
does.
solitary confinement for the rest of your life sounds worse than death, honestly.
Yeah,
So, if I were them, I would just die also. But so he gives the guy a chance to like, if you turn yourself in, I'll give you life in this isolation cube. Can't imagine that's a terribly fun way to spend the rest of your days. but he's holding a woman hostage, and then he refuses, and Judge Dredd just shoots him with no real regard for the hostage's safety, which is interesting that in this world I find that interesting about this place. He like crime is so bad and dealing with it is so bad that he's just perfectly willing to just let that woman risk being killed. He's
Yeah.
clearly willing to risk civilian casualties to a degree, which is interesting. Just kind of speaks to how shitty everything is,
Yeah,
you
and
know?
well, and what's interesting in that scene too is that when he's holding the woman hostage and trying to negotiate his way out of it, yeah, obviously while you're watching it, you know that he's gonna pull one like a Dirty Harry moment where he just kind of like gets a like one clean shot. He just one shots him. He's we're gonna show that he's a good marksman and that he can like he stays cool under pressure and
Yeah.
all that, waits for the opportune moment. But the opportune moment arises, and what he does is he basically just shoots him with a round that burns him alive from the
Yeah.
inside out. I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't understand how that's any more like efficient at preserving that hostage's life than
It
just
isn't.
shooting the guy would have been. Like,
No, it isn't.
it's
It
just
takes longer to happen. It risks her getting shot even more.
risks her
But
like getting burned by the like.
yeah. It's not more efficient. It's just having fun. He just like he wanted to make the pun essentially of calling him Hot Shot and then shooting him with what we can only assume is colloquially called a hot shot. So yeah, it
Yeah.
says a bit about his character, and there's something kind of fun and enjoyable about how the movie just kind of lets him be that. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Well, I think the original concept of the character from the comics, if I'm remembering right, because I did a little bit of research before we started here, that the writers, the guys who came up with it, were like, let's create a character who's basically Dirty Harry, but like in the future, far future dystopian, who's followed the ideals of Dirty Harry to
Mhm.
their logical extreme. And I think what we're seeing here is exactly that.
As someone asked, wasn't he out of regular bullets or something? That's
That's
later in the
later.
movie.
That's later. This
Yeah,
is he hasn't
he
really
has
fired too
all the
many
normal
shots.
bullets. It's just a cool thing to happen, and
Yeah.
it kind of says something about his character that he's not really concerned about that civilian. It's
Yeah.
not really something he prioritizes. Things have gotten so fucked that that's the least of his worries, really.
Yeah, and I think the civilian afterward, somebody mentioned this. The civilian afterward says something like "thank you" to him at the end
Yeah.
of it, instead because she knows not to get on the bad side of the judge because like if you do, that they're gonna like
Hmm.
yeah they'll throw you in jail for literally anything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Of the fictional universes that you wouldn't want to live in, this has got to be pretty high on the list.
Yeah.
The criminals suck. There's no real um oh god, what's the expression? Like right to a fair trial, anything like that. If you're a vagrant, you could spend 2 years in solitary confinement, essentially. This place sucks. But the
Yeah.
movie's not really concerned with exploring it's not really concerned with exploring any like the deeper questions about the justice system. It's like this is the world how it is, and we're gonna watch it play out. And I
Yeah.
actually find that
I
kind of
I
refreshing.
really enjoyed that. Yeah, I was kind of waiting for the whole, because it opens very similarly to a lot of Alex Garland, early Alex Garland projects, and I think even really like Civil War. He's very interested in showing us riots take place in the early parts of movies. Like you haven't seen
That's
28
true.
Days
Yeah.
Later, right? Have you?
No, but I understand that it does some of
That's
that as well.
yeah, it opens on like shots of riots, right? And so does this, and then Civil War does a little bit too. Like they all just like he's very interested in showing us that kind of footage at the very
Yeah.
beginning. And I was a little worried in seeing that I didn't remember how it was gonna go, and that it was gonna end up being like one of those situations, like a Minority Report thing, where like he's caught up in it, but now he's on the other side, and that's how we show that it's wrong. Nah, doesn't do that. Doesn't go there.
Not really interested in that, and I do appreciate that actually. Apparently, vagrancy is 3 weeks in isolation, not 2 years, but
It's
um,
it's a rather harsh punishment either way.
it is,
However,
but
not as
yes.
bad. Yeah.
not as bad. And yeah, I wouldn't call this. Topaz says the detractors have the same criticism as they do of Dirty Harry. I haven't seen Dirty Harry, but that it's a fascist wet dream. I would not describe this movie as a fascist wet dream, um, because I think the movie is kind of aware that this place sucks all around and that like the harshness of these penalties and all that stuff isn't necessarily a good thing, but it's just not interested in trying to like have anyone learn that lesson. It's just like this is what the world is like. This is what it looks like. We're going to follow this guy around day in the life in this terrible, brutal world. And there's a sense in which at the very end, like the main the rookie character decides like she doesn't want to be this. She's not cut out for this because she can't handle doling out such harsh punishments for people, right?
Yeah.
It's not the movie isn't concerned with like breaking him down and making him learn that lesson necessarily, though you might assume that going forward he will have a maybe a slightly more compassionate bent to him. It's not really concerned with undermining any of that. It's just like we're following this guy in this brutal world, and there's a sense in which like the criminals are so awful that that's one of the things that works about it. The criminals are so awful that like as harsh and brutal as the punishments are, it's like, well, yeah, they're just trying to maintain order here, and this is the way they've decided to do it, whether it's right or wrong, whether it's effective or not. This is just how this world is
Yeah.
at the moment.
It's got a
We're gonna
little
watch
bit
it
of that
play
like
out.
Warhammer 40K, the reason that I called it sort of a grimdark thing, right? Is that it's not the grimdark stuff is basically just that early 90s vibe of being like, yeah, everything sucks, but you're just, you're here. You're here for the ride. So like, yeah, let's just watch what these people do. A bunch of people who are all kind of bad guys, and it's just really about like who's the baddest badass, right? Like, is it Dredd or is it Mama? Like, who's
Yeah.
gonna come out on top?
Top dog, yeah.
Yeah,
One question I want to highlight here. Kent Anderson, that would be the rookie character who is a mutant and who has psychic abilities. One of the things the movie establishes is that, I guess, because of all the nuclear radiation and such, there are people who have, certain mutations. Mostly they just are missing limbs or have more limbs than they should and that sort of thing. But she has psychic abilities, and that is apparently pretty rare. She has greater psychic abilities than anyone they've had in their judge system before. One of the problems I have with the movie regarding her psychic abilities is it seems to be something she can do at will, and I think
yeah,
that's something of a mistake because it basically the question you have to ask when you're watching the whole movie is why aren't you doing this constantly? Why aren't you doing it to this person? Why aren't you doing it here?
yeah.
Why aren't you
Why
trying to?
did you do it to this person and a couple scenes earlier, and then it doesn't activate and
Yeah,
warn you of something about to happen right now.
yeah.
Yeah, that kind. It
So that's
does.
a
It
that's a
does create some
nagging
little
problem I have.
inconsistencies with
Someone
that.
posited like why does like so the question is why does she keep asking why doesn't she read Dredd's mind? And she says she doesn't wear a helmet because it interferes with her psychic abilities. I don't know if that is interfering with her ability to read his mind. I don't know if we see her read his mind in the movie. I can't really
We
remember.
kind of do. Remember in the very first scene she's introduced, the boss asks her to read who's in the room with her, and she can sort of tell what he's feeling and what there is, but like is that there's control and anger in him, but then there's something
Right.
else deeper. So
Oh, so yeah.
she kind of
Oh, she
can,
does.
yeah.
And she can do that through the wall without even really knowing he's there. So I don't believe that she can't read people's minds with helmets on. So whether she should be reading his mind more is not is a much lesser concern because that's just like how they communicate and stuff.
Yeah,
But
maybe it's
with a
just
lot of
polite, maybe it's just polite for her
yeah,
to, not do it.
yeah,
Because she is one of those heroes who is, a good person. This is another thing that
trying
was
to
mentioned
be,
a little
yes,
earlier, trying to be a good person in a shitty world. This was mentioned a little bit earlier, right? She's not presented as a, Mary Sue, which is another refreshing thing. She has her flaws. She's got her jitters. She doesn't make the right decisions all the time, but she, clearly is competent. She's a rootable character,
a rootable, a
she's
root forable.
a root forable character,
rootable. Yeah, no, I agree. There's she annoys me sometimes later in the movie, but for the most part, she's pretty decent. Yeah, and so I think it was a mistake to have it be that she can control her psychic abilities, and you know, it would make things easier from a like plot consistency perspective if she had less control over it, because then it would be convenient then that she mind reads people when it's useful for her. But as it is, you're like, why aren't you using this more? Why aren't you using this all the time? Especially with the people you're trying to defeat in combat. But
Yeah, that
love
is a
of
question that is,
yes.
comes
Anyway,
up a little bit. Yeah.
we'll get to it. So we get the cold open, and then we are introduced to this psychic character where presumably Judge Dredd's supervisor is saying, okay, she was a candidate to become a judge and she failed some of the evaluations. She scored lower than the requirements on certain tests that they run. I think health tests was one of them, right? She
I
was
don't remember exactly. She scored a little bit low on some of the written tests. She probably shouldn't be allowed to be there. He says
but
as much.
she is the most powerful psychic they've ever come across, and that would be an incredibly valuable tool. So you're going to take her out and, test her to see if she's worthy of being a judge. And so he is like, well, if he's letter of the law man, as we've discussed. So he says, like, well, if she didn't pass the requirements, she can't be a judge. And then he's skeptical of her ability to become a judge because, like, he's letter of the law man. So
Yep.
he decides to do a real trial by fire where it's like, all right, we're going to go out on our first day and we're just going to take calls.
Take a case that comes to us. Pick one. It's your call. Which, like, we can. I think he said this is where you get a little bit of the world, but it's like there's a lot of crime reported. I don't remember exact numbers here, but it's like there's a lot of crime, a lot of calls that come in every day. We can get to about 6% of them. So she goes, well, how do you know which calls to take? And he goes, it's your call. Go for it.
Yeah, I like that too. It's like, there's so much crime and there's only so much we can do. So part of our test here is to, can you determine which calls are more important, you know? And so she picks one where, we see a bunch of actually we see the scene before it happens, right? Trying to remember the chronology of it all. Is that okay? We're introduced to Mama, who is a drug gang leader, and her goons bring competitors who are on their turf selling drugs. And what she decides to do with them is to give them this drug called slow-mo, the main drug they're selling. One assumes it creates a sort of euphoric effect, a sort of a psychedelic effect, but one of the main things it does is slows down time for the person taking it. And
Yeah, it
so
makes
what
the
she
brain
does,
feel like time is passing at something. He says like 1% speed a little later on, right? So
yes,
everything gets really trippy and slow motion.
yes. And so what she decides to do with the people who are encroaching on their gang's turf inside of this giant skyscraper project building is to give them slow-mo and then throw them down, whatever, 70 floors to their death.
Skin them and then throw them down, like flay them
Oh, right.
alive,
I forgot they
and then
flayed them.
yeah,
Yeah, pretty brutal.
yeah. So she is awful. She is like so truly brutal crime lord stuff. And so right away we know, we get this is where we kind of figure, all right, law enforcement's pretty brutal, but damn, the crime, the high end crime stuff is even worse. So
Yeah, and that's one of the strengths of the movie. I think it's like as brutal as the judgment, like the criminal justice system is. It's like, well, that's because everything is horrible, and they're just trying to get it under control and do what they can, right? And so they're taking a very like, well, if we find drug dealers and criminals who were shooting people, just kill them on the spot. Don't waste time with trying them. It's interesting, yeah, because these people are the worst, right? So they flay the other drug dealer criminals alive and then they throw them down to their deaths, and that is the police call that they are responding to as part of her initial test. So they go to what's it called, peach trees?
peach trees, yeah, that's the
Yeah.
yeah. So it's probably if the city extended to Atlanta, that's probably where it would be.
Yeah, I was gonna make the same joke because everything is called Peachtree here in Atlanta. So they go to Peachtree's and they go. Well, first of all, they find that vagrant and they're like, "Hey, you can't be here." And as they're walking around, as they're doing their thing, he's testing her, like, "What would you do in this situation? What's the punishment for this?" And sort of grilling her on all these sort of questions. They go into Peachtree Towers and they find the bodies of the people who have been uh, partially skinned alive, not entirely, because that
Yeah,
would
because
be very
the
labor intensive.
yeah, and
Partially skinned alive and thrown down to their deaths. They have the slow-mo drug in their system, so they point out that that would be a long, like it would have felt like an eternity. And I'm like, that's a fun, pretty brutal thing to do to someone. That really sends a message. Not only will we kill you, we'll make it feel like an eternity. You're like,
yeah,
can you imagine?
yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's fine. Like it'll feel, and then I think he says something that must have felt like a long way down, which is great. I really like that. I really like that part. I also really like. So this is a special effects thing. I really like I really like a good splatter effect when somebody slaps onto the ground from a very high height. It's brutal and gross, and it always hits. Like, I mean, I'm a big In Bruges guy, so I really like seeing a good splatter effect, and they do a pretty decent job with this one. Although the extra that they have who's reacting to it is like she's doing her best, but it's
Yeah.
not you can kind of tell that she's reacting to nothing.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Um, Someone pointed out that if she couldn't, if Amanda, is that her name?
Dude,
Or
isn't
Anderson, sorry, that's her
Anderson,
last name.
yeah,
Anderson's her last name. If she
John
can't
Man.
control her psychic abilities, then it would be the sort of thing where like she'd be like a radio getting signals from people all the time, and we've seen that in other things, and that wouldn't really be workable. And I take your point. I think there has to be some
There
way
should have
of
been
doing it.
maybe a little bit of a limiter line in dialogue might have helped
Like
out
you have
a
to be
bit.
closer to the person, or you have to be really concentrating, or something like that. Just something to limit her powers,
Some of it
such
does
that I'm
seem like
not
she. Yeah, sorry, keep going.
asking questions like, "Why aren't you reading their mind right now? Why aren't you reading their mind right now?" For like the whole back half of the movie.
Yeah, like,
Just a
there's
little
not a lot
something.
of some of them seem kind of effortless,
Hmm.
and others do not. And there's one interaction that she'll have with one of the villains later where it's like you can tell it's putting a little bit of strain on her. Or that it takes a fair bit of concentration, but then there's other times where she's just kind of like offhandedly using the power like it's no big deal, and those are the points where it sort of gets to like, okay, like if you can see intention, like when they're in the elevator with the guy they arrest, and she goes, "Oh, he's thinking of making a move for your gun." It's just like a very effortless thing for her to do,
Yeah.
and you would think that that might be useful when you're being approached by a bunch of gun wielding criminals who like think they've got you
Yes.
cornered. You could use that to read what what their intended plans are, especially because
Yep.
they don't know that
Yep.
you have a psychic. So
Yep.
that would have been.
Yes. That would have been useful for a lot of the rest of the movie. Topaz points out a good quote, one that I had forgotten the exact wording of, so thank you. Her score was only 3 points below a pass. It's marginal. And then Dredd responds, "It's not marginal. She failed." Yeah, that's Dredd in a nutshell. And I think
Yeah,
he's well established at the beginning. And I appreciate that. What was going to...
we
What
have a
was going
super chat from Mitchie,
Yes.
Big Mitchie. So this is an issue with the final scene of the movie, which the dead man switch. We'll talk about that later. This as soon as the signal to the bomb is lost, they should explode, is what he's saying, and we'll definitely
Yes.
get to that. Yeah.
Because
But
I
thank you for the
agree,
super chat.
because I think a lot of that, how that plays out, is very stupid.
It's a
I
little
think you're
ridiculous.
correct. I think that's one of the dumber parts of the plot itself. I'll read the whole super chat just so you feel like you got your money's worth. Spoiler, but I can't say for too long. Issue I noticed is that as soon as the living signal to the bombs was lost, then they should explode rather than waiting for a dead signal. That's how a good dead man switch would work. Yeah, we'll talk all about the details there, but I think you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, big time. All right, so they're investigating the body splatter in the atrium of the building, where
Yeah.
This is also
We're
where
li-
we get the rundown of how the world in the giant slum tower works
yeah,
from the Med Examiner.
yeah, exactly. He's telling them about Mama and is it the Mama gang or clan? I can't remember.
Mama Clan, yeah.
The Mama clan. Hugh, how do you feel about the Mama actress?
Oh, Lena Headey. I like Lena Headey. This is also Cersei from Game of Thrones, the evil queen.
Right.
Um, and so she's had a pretty solid career, playing a villain. She's got that natural arch to her eyebrow that makes her look quite villainous, which
Yeah.
she has a good little bit of that. I think she's doing a pretty good job here. I think I enjoyed it. I didn't have too many complaints about her.
I didn't love her performance. There's nothing really to point to say like this is bad, but I wasn't quite feeling her as the main bad guy. But
Yeah, it didn't. Nothing that she did bothered me, and but she's not putting in as hard of work, as Karl Urban is.
yeah,
Um,
I'm impressed with Karl Urban, and he's the main one, honestly. Everyone else is like doing a serviceable job, I would say.
yeah,
But yeah, I was a little underwhelmed by her as the main bad guy, because someone like that. Okay, so in terms of her character, there are a few things she does that I actually quite like, that we'll get to. One is that when she tells everybody once they have captured Anderson, she says like, "No, we're not going to be raping her or torturing her or dismembering her. We need it to look like they were just killed
in
in
a
a
routine
in
bust,
a
yeah,
drug bust gone wrong. So none of that shit. Keep it together, boys. Like that sort of thing. I appreciate that, and I actually like the whole dead man switch thing from her perspective at the end. That was a very smart move from her perspective, and then the movie's just like, but it doesn't matter. So, but for the most part, she's fairly competent, I would say.
yes. I
Um,
mean, I buy that she is a very smart villain. For most of it, right? Like I
for
buy that
most of it,
that she
yes.
has her like she's got her chess pieces, all in a row, and she's got a plan, right? And that
Yeah.
like she's
Something
got
about her performance, though, just I struggled with, but that's all right. No one else seems to agree, so maybe it's just me.
yeah. I think
Um,
she's doing a serviceable job. I won't say it's like it didn't blow me away. There's not like one scene I can point
mm,
to that really like you know sent me over the top with her.
yes.
But she's fine. She's doing fine.
Okay, so once we learn that the Mama clan is in charge here, they've taken over. There used to be several gangs operating in this giant project, and they were
Yeah.
on the top floor, and they sort of worked their way down, and they've now taken control of. They've ousted all the competition, and now they're the main gang in charge of this entire project, which is massive.
Yeah,
So,
and what I like about the project too, because like that sort of establishes the way that these projects work in the megacity, is that each individual building is essentially its own city, right? Like there are people, you kind of get the feeling that there are people who
like a
live,
town, yeah,
yeah, there are
who
people who
who
like
never
live and
leaves.
die and never leave the building, right? Like
Yes.
control over certain floors of the project is a big enough deal, like it would be control of like neighborhoods in one of our
Yeah.
modern cities, right? So it gives
Hmm.
you a good, I think this breakdown gives you a pretty good sense of like the scope of one of these buildings and like what it means that they're going into
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. And so now we know who probably is responsible for the deaths of the people who were dropped to their death and skinned alive and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I like
So
how he
we're
puts the dots together with that too. It's just like, all right, so like it was a brutal murder that is, dropped in public. What does that tell? And he asks her, what does that
yes,
tell you? Right? So he's like constantly quizzing her, and he's like, even though he's being kind of like, snarky at some points, he's giving her the opportunity to prove that she belongs here, and he seems like he's relatively satisfied with what she's with her performance. Like he gives her critique and everything, but he's putting her through her motions, and I like that. I like that it's
yeah, and
establishing them.
she makes the smart observation that this is a show of force. This is an act of intimidation. Seems like this something that a drug gang would do to a rival drug gang. And so, it's like hanging the bodies from the underside of the overpass in Sicario,
Yeah,
right? It's the natural assumption, anyone who's thinking about it would come to. And so I like that. She's smart and she's got strong deductive reasoning. And then we're going through the project, and when we come upon, I don't remember how we get here, but we come to a place where there's a bunch of criminals, and they're all taking slow-mo. This is one of the early action scenes where everything is in that crazy slow-mo. Everything's highly saturated and very contrasty. And the slow-mo, I think this stuff looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
You wouldn't shoot it like this today, and there's something kind of charming about it. It rides, like I said earlier, it rides a fun line between dated and not.
Yeah. I really like
very stylish and fun.
these scenes where like they bust in and like all the criminals have been using the drugs, so we see everything from their perspective as the judges come in and just start shooting them, and it's like these really gory, like, there's the, splat of the bullet into the fat guy's belly, and it jiggles all up, and like the reverberations just move in slow-mo up and down.
Yeah,
It's really satisfying, fun looking stuff. It looks really cool.
No, here's a question. This might be a good time to talk about it. You mentioned that Alex Garland said at one point that he didn't want to make a movie like this ever again. Do you know what part of it he wanted to avoid? Is it like the fun? Because that's what it seems
That's what
like.
it seems like, right? So I don't know, because this is the only thing that I've been able to find talking about how he, made it, is the interview with, him and Karl Urban in 2018, where they like talk after, I think it's after Annihilation, where they talk about, Karl Urban talks about how this was really his first directed movie. And then Alex Garland basically just said, yeah, I don't think I'd ever want to make another movie like that again. It was a very like stressful, turbulent, I think is the word he used, set.
So this is a bit like his like David Lynch's Dune, but except better received. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I've gotten the vibe from him from a long time, from like listening to interviews and stuff like that and seeing quotes from him, that he doesn't actually enjoy the process of directing much at all.
Yeah,
It's
it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, which is interesting. It makes sense of him retiring and focusing on writing. Though, okay, so here's the thing, because
he said it was a crude experience, which he didn't enjoy doing.
Crude.
Yes.
That implies something different. What
It
does
was
he
a
mean
pretty
by
crude
that?
experience for a bunch of reasons. At the end of it, I didn't want to go back. I love Dredd, by which I mean I love the character, but I'm not in any hurry to do a movie like that again.
Crude. That's an
Crude.
interesting word
Crude
to
with a
use.
C.
That's what I said.
Oh, sorry. Okay, it sounded like rude.
That's an interesting word to use. I don't know what he means by that. Hold on, I'm gonna find this
I think
quote, 'cause
I think what he meant was probably that it, because it did come on the heels of another director who had, sort of taken relatively turbulent production. It seems like the other director was not as well liked on set, I guess, is what I'm reading into this, and so he was sort of, maybe it was about the power struggle. That's literally all I have to go on, is that one
interesting.
line.
Well, the reason I bring it up and why I wanted to go on this tangent is because I did find something in the Wikipedia article for Dredd. It says the slow-mo sequences were designed over several years with the intention of replicating the effects of hallucinogenic drugs, combining high-speed photography and color saturation. Alex Garland questioned if the effect could make the film's violence beautiful. Now, if in retrospect, one of his concerns about this movie and why he doesn't want to make a movie like that again is because he thinks it makes the violence too fun, that would certainly explain a lot about Civil War.
That sure would,
Would it
actually,
not?
yeah.
I think I would not be surprised at all. I mean, this is purely speculation, but actually, I'm not really sure it is pure speculation, because we do have that clip of him talking about how he thought Apocalypse Now wasn't a sufficiently anti-war film because it was too seductive and stylish. I would not be surprised at all
If he views
looks
this in
back.
that same way, yeah.
Yep. If he looks back on this movie and thinks he made the violence too fun, that's why he wouldn't want to do a movie like this ever again. And I think that's a shame, because this is clearly the most fun of many of his movies. It's a shame that he
Yeah, I
Doesn't want to
mean
do that ever again.
that's an interesting question that I want to save for the end about that. But yeah,
All right, yeah, we'll come back to it. Anyway, I think the slow-mo sequences are pretty cool. They're fun. And this is so they go into this den where people, I assume, are selling and taking slow-mo, and they get Wood Harris, who I really, really like, and I'm always happy when I see him show up in things. I wish he had a bit more to do in this movie, but I was happy to see him. That would be what's his
Avon
name?
Avon
Avon
Barksdale
Barksdale
from The
from The
Wire.
Wire. Guys, if you haven't seen The Wire, you have to go see The Wire. It's great.
Yes,
I love
please
it.
do.
Anyway, so I was happy to see him in this.
Yeah,
For the most part, it's not till later he gets to really do much. At first, he's just like tight-lipped, grumpy at having been caught guy. And
yeah.
they capture him because the psychic concludes that he knows he's part of Mama's gang. He knows something, right? That's why they
The
keep him alive.
psychic sees him skinning the people a lot. She like while they're picking him up, he's one of the ones who survives, and she reads his mind and sees him skinning, the leg flesh off of one of the victims, and she tells the judge, like, "Sir, this is him. He did it. He's the one who did it."
Oh, right. Yes.
And so he goes, "Are you sure?" She goes, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure." Like, yeah. And this is where like Wood Harris clearly, he does. I think he does a pretty good job of being like curious at the beginning of her being a psychic. Like he's just like, "Wait a minute, what the hell? Uh,
How'd you know that?
How'd you
Yeah.
know that?" And so that's why they decide to take him in. So they decide that we need to, because he goes, basically says like, "Save me a lot of paperwork if you just confessed to it now," right? Which is another great line, right? Where he gets up in his
Mhm.
face is just like, "Sentence is death. Save me paperwork if you just confess now." And of course he
Yeah.
doesn't talk, right? He doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
So
And I like that. Even because Dredd is letter of the law guy, he's like, seeing a criminal commit a crime is enough to kill them, but you reading his mind, I don't know if I trust that sort of thing. So he doesn't kill him right away. And they sort of use him to try and get to Mama and all that sort of fun stuff. All this is still pretty solid. I don't really have any problems with any of this stuff. Um,
yeah, this is
I
all
was
pretty
really
tight.
enjoying. Yeah. Then we are introduced to Domhnall Gleeson. I was like, oh, okay. So
This
he
is
worked
where he
with him.
came from.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to address something in the chat. 7 Herd 3Y 3 says that the final trailer for Civil War has music cut to loading of guns. So it's odd that he, being Alex Garland, thinks Civil War doesn't have aspects of war glorification. That's interesting because that's stuff like that is nowhere in the movie. If you haven't seen it or yet, this is a spoiler. There's not a lot of that. There is that one scene where they kind of mutilate the corpses of the soldiers they've captured, those weird guys, to some really
Yeah.
upbeat music. That's probably the only time that something like that happens. So I wouldn't be
Trailers are
surprised.
misleading for
Yeah, the
Civil War.
trailers are
They really are.
really misleading. I wouldn't be surprised if A24 did that specifically to try to get people into theaters. And that
Yeah.
has not worked out very well for them. If you go and
No.
look at their social media, people are mad. Like, there's a lot
Yeah.
of people who are like, this fucking sucked, dude. Like, why?
Yeah.
What were you thinking?"
Oh, Hugh, have you heard about the AI posters they put out?
We've talked about this a little bit, yeah. The
Did we
AI
talk about it
posters.
on stream?
No, we
Just
didn't.
to
I don't think
mention
we
it
did.
very briefly that A24 clearly desperate to make their money back on this movie, cut trailers that make it seem more like a war movie than it actually is. It's not really a war movie. Um, in any real sense of the word until like there's a final battle at the end, but like it's not an epic war movie. It's mostly people sitting in cars and talking. But they desperate to make the trailer seem exciting to get normal audiences who maybe wouldn't normally go see an A24 movie to go see it. That didn't work. And so they're like, uh-oh, things are not going well. What can we do? Well, apparently a marketing company that they hired created posters of like other locations in the country that the movie never goes to, um, where we see these. I guess you could call them post-apocalyptic scenes. We see in Vegas the sphere has been exploded, and Vegas is mostly in ruins. In LA, it's been like flooded like crazy, and there's people on boats and all that stuff. In Chicago, there's buildings on fire, all that sort of stuff.
And
Scenes
refugees
of
on like river boats going into the
yeah,
middle of the city.
exactly. We're seeing scenes across the country. None of that is in the movie, which I think is basically bad enough. You're marketing this movie like, oh, it's going to have all this sort of stuff in it. It has none of that in it. We barely see the fighting in any of the actual places we are in the film, let alone cities across the country. We don't even get that stuff in a montage. So that was pretty dishonest marketing from the get-go. But then also those are AI generated. And it's
Which,
pretty obvious if you look at them, which is like, I can't imagine a stupider move from A24. I don't know if A24 was even aware. Like the marketing company probably said, like, "Hey, we made these posters," and they're like, "Cool, this looks good." Or maybe like, because I can't imagine them putting them out otherwise. Surely they know that A24 fans are the people who, more than any other like brands or like fans of certain studios out there, their fans are not going to be happy about this.
yeah,
Like, how do they not know that?
they have to understand what people, because they clearly understand what people are looking for in these, right, in this movie, because otherwise they wouldn't be, cutting trailers together that are deliberately deceptive like that, and they wouldn't have gone to a different company to try to get these fucking posters made to try to draw people in to see the movie. They understand what people are looking for. They have to know what their own fans think about AI art in film,
Yeah.
and that they react
Yeah.
violently badly to it. Like they really hate it.
Oh, they really hate it. It's so funny to me because A24 is trying to like rebrand themselves and like move into bigger movies, more mainstream movies. And like one of the first things they do is Civil War, which is an awful foray into more mainstream movies as far as I'm concerned. Because it's just an A24 movie, but it costs more. You know what I mean? This is not the kind of movie that will appeal to mainstream audiences, but they cut trailers and made posters to try and trick them essentially. And then because their brand at the moment for a lot of people, like fans of them, fans of A24, their brand is like, ooh, artsy studio that cares about creators and wants to let them do whatever they want. That's sort of the brand they've built up. And AI art kind of clashes with that, you know, for all those people. And I just think it's such a stupid move.
Oh,
Anyway,
interesting. Alex Garland. So this Civil War, Alex Garland has decided, I guess, not to step back totally from directing, because he is going to make a new movie called Warfare for A24, which he will be co-directing with a guy named Ray Mendoza, who I'm not sure who that is.
wait, is this real? I haven't heard anything about this.
I'm looking at it. It's from 10 days ago.
Okay.
On there is a movie called Warfare, that is supposed to begin production in May. It is set
Weird.
in 2007 during the Iraq War.
Oh boy.
And Mendoza is a war expert who has collaborated with the History Channel on the Warfighters. He has no directing credit to his name, so this will be his debut. And I think he was a veteran, or he has been in.
Is Alex Garland writing it, or is he just like helping direct it?
I have no idea.
All right,
It doesn't
we'll
say
see what
anything
happens
about that. Yeah.
with that. Yes. Very strange. Very strange that they did that. Yes, Topaz Dude, A24. The A24 cult is pretty annoying. Most people have perfectly moderate, normal relationships with A24 movies. They're like, oh, I like some of them, and I don't like the other ones. But some people are like, oh, everything they do is amazing. Like, no, it isn't. All right.
Yeah, dude, I work with so many editors at my job, and like in the movie chat that they have going at work, they do this whole thing where they're like, man, I really just like anything A24 makes, I'm there for it. I love it. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Like,
yeah, well,
okay.
Yeah. And then the
Sure.
opposite extreme is like, oh, they just make stupid artsy movies and that's it. And it's like they've made
some good
some
stuff.
of the better movies of the past like 10 years, all right? So let's just be normal about this, all right? They have hits and they have misses.
Yes.
In the beginning they had more hits than misses and they're slipping a little bit. So it goes.
Oh my goodness.
Anywho.
The co-director for Warfare was apparently a technical advisor on Jurassic World. Ooh,
Oh, that's cool.
that's
Very
interesting.
cool. Thanks. 2 a.m. in Australia, so gotta sleep. Love your work, gentlemen. Thanks for the hard work and hard thinking. Oh, well, you're welcome.
We
Thanks
really
so much.
appreciate that. Thank you so much for your
Yes.
support.
Anyway, back to Dredd, the movie we're here to talk about. So they capture Wood Harris, and they know that he is. What is Wood Harris's name?
I don't know.
Anyway, they capture Wood Harris. They capture Avon Barksdale.
The
You
movie's
know,
not really
and
concerned with what his name is, honestly.
he probably has one, but it's if they mention it, it's brief. And
K.
then
His name is K. That's it.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, and then basically the next thing we see is that the Mama clan, sending soldiers to the control room for this giant tower to kill the control workers in there and put a little thing, in a little doohickey into another doohickey. So now that they can remotely control the controls for this giant building from wherever their hideout is at the top, right? So they've taken over, they've hacked into the mainframe. They have now
I
successfully
see.
taken over the building. And then one of the first things they do is put in a call to, I guess, a command center and say that, hey, we're scheduled for a test of our defense system. They have a special name for it that I don't remember.
Lockdown or
And
something like that. We're doing
a
yeah.
lockdown test, yes. And they make up a story about how, oh, there must have been some mistake. No, we're supposed to be on the schedule today. Please,
My
like
supervisor's breathing down my neck over here. Please, like, just get us scheduled, all right? Because like the system is such that there's a central control of everything here from where the judges operate. So they kind of manipulate their way into they manipulate the humanity of the 911 or the dispatcher, essentially the person who controls the stuff, to get activate it, right? They activate the peach
write their
tree.
lockdown
Yeah.
test, right? And so they do that, and giant blast doors come down basically across the entire giant building, right? So it locks everything inside. There's, like everything turns this like ominous red color at first, and then like backup lights come on and all that sort of stuff. There's no way in or out. These are like impenetrable giant blast doors. This is basically, I think they imply at one point, this is in case of war, essentially, right?
Yeah.
If something happens, they can lock this place down very, very securely. So there's no way of getting in or out.
Yes, and it
Um,
crushes the homeless guy, which is like, as Dredd is walking up to walking out up to the door. They've got their prisoner in cuffs. He sees the same vagrant from before and walks up to him and is just like, "I told you not to be here. Let's get up. You're going to the pods." And as he does this, the door comes down and just like crushes the homeless guy beneath it, and it's like this really funny. It's just like a really funny scene, man. It's just like I don't know. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. It's one of the examples of like using the grimdark scenario for comedy in a very effective way that the movie does. And I really enjoyed it. But yeah, so it's locking down in case of nuclear war. Um, yeah, Amir's is saying that the idea that they would just sort of like be able to manipulate these people into giving them the benefit of the doubt and putting them on the schedule, it is very unlikely if for such a strict society that would be possible. I think you're right about that. I agree. I agree. It
it's a
doesn't bother.
it's
It's
a
a little
little
convenient.
contrived.
It's a little
Yeah.
contrived, a little convenient. It doesn't
Here's the
bother me too
question.
much, but
Here's a
it
question
is.
I have about it. I don't know if this is necessarily a problem or if there's an answer for this. So they have to go to the command center to get permission to do this lockdown test, right? And then once they're locked down, the movie treats it as they're stuck in here. And the implication is that Mama and their clan are sort of in control. No one gets out until they say so. How long is this test supposed to go for? Is it said?
No, it doesn't say.
So
Not that
that's
I remember it.
okay. So if they need like mission control or whatever, the command center to unlock this for them, like how I don't understand exactly how long this test is supposed to run.
I think that the main reason why they're doing it is so that it's basically like if they just slammed the doors shut on the building without notifying somebody for an excuse, The
It would
judges
it
would
would
know.
sound an alarm.
Yeah, the
Yes.
judges would like they'd perk their ears up, and the next thing you know, they'd be so like basically what they're trying to do is like, okay, so if anybody drives by, like, oh yeah, we got a problem. Like anybody drives by and sees that the
I
building is shut
understand
down, they'd
that.
be like, yeah, okay, well they're
So
running a
like
test.
how long does the test run before it raises concerns? That's what I'm
Yeah, that's
wondering.
a good question.
Because it's like hours. It goes from day to night. So that's, because a fire drill doesn't typically last a whole day. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm curious about that. Whether
Yeah, I mean, a fire drill doesn't last that long, but a fire drill also isn't really like, for a 200 floor, basically like building that contains a whole city.
I
So,
understand that.
no,
So, but
I'm just,
yeah, so
throwing out.
okay, so here's my question. Here's what might be a problem for me. This is a test where they're testing the blast door system. The blast doors come down. It takes about 30 seconds to a minute to close up the building entirely. At what point would it be natural to assume
Again,
that
they
they can
work.
open up? Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't.
I don't know. I don't know. There's not it. Yeah, they don't give us a lot of context for what exactly like
The test is, yeah,
yeah.
because you might think after like an hour that they still haven't opened it back up, that it's concerning and that they would do something about it, but that doesn't really happen. So,
Yeah,
oh well. So that's a little,
it's
eh,
another
eh.
contrivance to kind of get us into the whole like, all right, well, we're trapped in here, and it's kind of getting us into a like a sort of like a Warriors vibe. Have you seen
Yeah.
that movie, The Warriors?
No, I haven't actually.
Yeah, so I mean, if you like, I like that movie a lot. It's kind of another one of these like schlocky, late '70s movies where like there's a bunch of gangs in New York, and one of the gangs is like trapped out away from their home turf, and
Gotcha.
all the gangs are now after them as they try to get back through dystopian New York to their home turf because they're framed for something. So we've kind of
Gotcha.
basically got that, right? We've got that vibe here where it's like, okay,
Yeah,
now we're trapped, and all the gang members in this slum that is controlled by gangs are after them. These two people in here, and they've got to
yes.
figure a way out.
And
So
they said, and they've told everyone here, like, if you help these judges, we're gonna kill you, and we're gonna kill these people, so don't interfere. Most people just go hide in their rooms, and now we're trapped in here, and the only way one assumes of our judges getting out of here is to either kill the Mama clan and like regain control of the building, or find another way out. That's what that's what we have to do now. Now Donald's angry. No, who is it? He said, "Yeah, take us off the system while we test." That doesn't really change anything for me in terms of like how long they're off the system for this test of the blast doors that seem to have worked in like 30 seconds. You know what I mean? I just think it's a
yeah,
little
we don't
little
really
silly
know.
that,
We don't really know what exactly like they're telling us that it's a lockdown test for in the preparation for nuclear war. We don't know what the systems that they're testing are really apart from the blast doors, and one
yeah,
assumes that once they are shut, uh, that
they
we
have to
know
do
we
other
know well
tests.
enough that they're shut. Right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, they work. So what else are we doing here? Like, what else is the test? We don't find out. They don't go for that. Um,
Rakika says the evil judges come in despite the lockdown, so it isn't as secure as the movie claims. That's another thing. Okay, so this comes to my first big problem with the movie. Now we find ourselves as the judge, Dredd, and rookie character. We are stuck in this building, right? Clearly, whoever like this, she said as much over the intercom that the Mama clan leader has control over this building, and she's locked it down, and now we have no way to get out of the building. Now, what does Judge Dredd do? He's like, we got to get to the med center because that's easy to defend. No, you need to go to the control room so you can get out of here. That's what
yeah,
you need to do,
Yeah, so
motherfucker.
the main the when you had said that last night, I was thinking like, isn't the control center like way up on the top? But no, I had forgotten that they like because the easy problem to solve there, right, is that the control center is where Domhnall Gleeson is, right? Like that would
Yeah,
be.
but it isn't.
It isn't though. Yeah, it isn't. So Yeah, that is a little bit of a misstep here. He probably should think like, okay, well, we're locked in here. If we just go to the control room, yeah, we can open the doors and get out, right? Like the med bay being defensible, sure. I guess it is. That makes sense. Um,
Uh, I mean, reasonably defensible. Yeah, there's only one way into it.
yeah,
Sure.
there's only one way in. I mean, like the thing is, it's not like he's brought turrets or like barricades or anything that he can set up
No.
or anything. And as we'll see later, they do have the villains do have the ability to put these giant rail guns together and like aim them and just take out half of a building. You know,
Yeah. So they're
it's
not. They
not like a
wouldn't be very
super
secure.
defensible place, to sit in
No.
one corner. Um,
Yeah. I think that's a dumb strategy, and it's the first thing he does. And it also contradicts, I think, later in the movie where if they manage to get outside of the blast doors, they end up because of those guns that melt through like half a floor of the building. They find their way out onto like a balcony that has
a skate
a
park, yeah.
skateboard. Yeah, and they're out there, and now they can finally use their controls again because the blast doors were interfering with the signal at first. Now they're outside, and when they're out there, they're like, "No, we can't stay out here. We're sitting ducks." And it's like, there's only one way to that place. Also,
Yeah.
um,
And
it's not a whole lot less defensible than the med center would have been.
you can call it an airship, an airship evac to this balcony.
Yeah.
Probably you
Well,
could try
they
that.
act like the response time was so long that they have to go back in. And first of all, I just don't believe that. But second of all, it conflicts with the idea that his original plan was, why don't we just go to the med center and like wait it out? Like she has total control of this building. Like I don't know. I feel like you need to go to
Yeah,
the
like they
control
could
center.
they show up. They're gonna all. This is 200 floors. Of gang members all converging on one position. It does not make sense to me that you would want to stay in one spot, and hunker down and try to pick them all off with limited ammo. It makes more sense that you would, either move to the control room, or if you like for some reason you get to the control room and there's no way to, reactivate it from there, then you keep moving
Yeah,
up to
I
where,
agree with
yeah.
that.
Uh,
That's what I think you would do. But as the movie depicts it, she sent some goons to the control center, put a little doohickey in a thing, and so now they can remote control the control center. And now from the top of the building, they have a little microphone and they can put in calls. They have the hacker doing his hacking things. Um, they don't seem to like be defending the control room outside of maybe a few guys that are still there. So if they went to the control room, first of all, they could take that thing out, and now they would have control of the control room again. So I don't like yeah, like you said, you could have it be that they go to the control room, but they can't really do anything from there, and then that forces them to go up to the top. There's a way of writing that, but as is, I don't think his plan makes any sense.
Yeah,
I think
no,
it's
not much, honestly, when you really stop to think about it. It doesn't really make sense except to sort of give us a goal to get to, which would have been achieved, the other way as well. So,
yeah, his some of the things he does, I'm not so sure of, and that's a big one. Is like why are you going for the med
yeah.
center? You need because that causes a lot of problems, as we'll see later. There's a yeah. We'll talk more about it. But that was the first thing that happened that made me think like, oh no, what do you? That's not smart. Why are we doing this? So then as they're doing that, they head to the med center, and the guy in the med center is like, no, actually no. Before that, before we get to the med center, we run into some gang members and we obliterate them. There's another fun action sequence there where we get to see more of his varying types of ammo. They have like stun weapons and things of that sort. It's all fun action stuff. Um, yeah, chain guns, rail guns, whatever they are. I don't remember exactly what they are, but they have the ability to essentially vaporize an entire half of a building, which is pretty crazy, and get through blast doors. So those are very strong guns. I also don't know why they stopped shooting them because I feel like if they kept shooting them, it would have eventually just killed them out there on the skate park balcony. But oh well. Donald Angry says, "Stop making me question my Dredd movie." I understand why people like this movie, and there's a lot to commend about it. It's certainly not a horrific movie, but I do think there's some things like this that don't make a ton of sense. Um, and before we continue, because I want to wait for Hugh to get back so we can talk about the next thing. Considering they can only respond to 6% of crime, a building say it's being taken off the grid and the test taking hours longer. I'm sure that doesn't even register on the judge's radar. I'm not convinced of that. I'm sure it would come up on the radar, especially when you know that judges are in there. It would like because they eventually. No, that's not like it can't be true because they put in a call like, "Hey, we need backup here later," and then people do show up, right? So.
Yeah. Wait, sorry. What are we addressing?
Well, one thought I had, Rakika makes a good point that they ran out of ammo right when they needed to. This is when the Mama clan are shooting the guns that melt a whole half a building, such that they can actually like damage the outer hull, allowing our characters to escape onto the balcony. Those are really strong guns that are actually
Yes.
getting through the blast doors, by the way. But then they just run out of ammo before they can, like, 'cause if they just kept shooting, it would obliterate everyone out on that skate park balcony. But apparently they run out of ammo, so that's the end of that. I didn't quite. That seemed really contrived, and especially once we get out there. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but once they get out onto the skate park balcony, their comms work again. And so they can call in for backup. And I think the way he calls in for backup is really stupid. He doesn't tell them enough information about what's happening here. And then, of course, they decide, no, we need to go back in. It's like, why don't you tell the rest of the judges how severe this is and what's happening here so they can actually come prepared instead of sending two guys who will eventually show up, see that the blast doors are closed, and be like, oh, well, I guess they're closed.
Yeah, but
I, I guess,
there's a fire up top, up on that floor. Oh shit.
I
Okay,
guess
well,
that
I
explains
guess that
that.
explains that. Yeah,
Yeah, that's there's a few things that Dredd does that I'm like, you need to be telling the people on, you need to tell them what's going on here. You need to, even at the end of the movie, he does that when he meets up with his supervisor again. She's like, "What happened here?" He doesn't give her nearly enough information.
yeah.
He's just like a drug bust gone
Drug
wrong.
bust
It's like
gone wrong.
that is not what happened here, my dude. Why? Why would you lie about that? Why wouldn't you
It's
tell
not.
her
It's
more?
not a. It's not really a lie. It's just minimizing. Yeah, like he's because it's like he's just giving it in like the most like
Blase, yeah.
yeah, because
Yeah,
he's
lie
he's
isn't the
meant
right word, but like you need to there's more to it. This is like a giant gang that is like spreading across the city, or like that's what they were hoping to do. Like I don't know why he just doesn't tell them more information. It's more
yeah.
egregious when he's out on that balcony and he's like, "Hey, we need backup. Send backup. How long will it take you to get here?" Like that's all you tell them. And then the guys that show up are boobs and they're like, "Oh, well, there's a fire up there. So I guess that's all that there is to be concerned about. We'll wait out here. We won't demand to come in."
Yeah, it's interesting because like I think what it's trying to do is to show us that Dredd is kind of like just this is just like a regular Tuesday for him. He's just that much of a badass that this doesn't phase him. You know.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense to me. That's not what happened here.
Yeah, I think that's yeah.
He's a judge. This is just a Tuesday for him. No,
Hey,
no,
hey.
this is not. No, this is not just a Tuesday. This is a remarkable
I think that's
day
what it's
for him.
trying to like. It's trying to
I
tell
know,
us
but
that
I
for
know
him in
it's
particular, this is what it is. But yeah, no, like you should. I think that in this situation, it does not. It does not make a lot of sense that he would sort of minimize this whole situation and just expect that he's the only one who can take care of it. That like he can just man mode it out. I think that
it's
like it
just
would make
it's
sense.
odd that he doesn't give her more information at the end about what happened here. You think he would, especially his letter of the lawman.
Okay, so
But
people, real
the
quick,
bigger
real quick. People in the chat are calling me out for using the term railguns. You guys are right. It was not a railgun. It is a minigun. I misspoke. Yeah,
how dare you, you idiot.
yeah. So
You don't even
did I even watch the movie? Did I even watch it? Yeah, no, they're mini. They're very like they look like almost like just crazy incendiary round miniguns or chain guns. They're not railguns. Yeah, there you go.
And a
So
combination of, yeah, someone's pointed out, a combination of those guns like that melt half the building, and also the rounds fired by Dredd just like penetrate the blast doors. And I'm like, I feel like you shouldn't be able to penetrate the blast doors. That's what I think. I think you've kind of set up your movie where there's no way of getting in or out because of these blast doors, and then they just shoot through them at one point. I don't think that was a smart writing decision. And especially if you're just going to have him go outside, call for backup, but not give enough information to the people he's asking for backup about what's happening here, where they are, what the situation is, what they're dealing with. He's very, very vague and light on information there. And I think that was a really stupid writing decision for him, because things would have gone a lot differently if he was, giving them a useful amount of information. But essentially nothing comes of them going outside, right? And being able to establish comms again. You could accomplish the same sort of thing if judges came by like, hey, why is this place
why is the
still
test
shut
yeah
down?
why is this place still under lockdown? The test should have ended hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, there's a fire. So nothing changes as a result of that, really. And because they end up going back inside anyway.
Yeah, they
I
go back inside before they start psychically interrogating Wood Harris, right? Like that's
yes.
yeah, because they go back inside and then find an empty classroom where she psychically interrogates him and finds out what exactly is going on. Like, you would think that they might do that while they've got a moment of reprieve out on the out on the balcony.
On the balcony, yeah, you think they would, but they don't.
Although I guess the argument that you could make is that because the balcony is also much like the med bay, not really the most defensible position if you think about it, because there's only one place you could have gone if you have disappeared. There's only one place they are going to assume you would have gone. So if they come looking for you, and find you on the balcony, you are kind of a sitting duck in that situation.
A little bit, except that you have like a choke point.
Yeah, you have a choke point, but they have the high ground, and that. But you do have access to calling like an airlift, right? Like, you could try to get an airlift out, quickly, and hold them off while you do that, or you could interrogate the guy when you get out, and then inform control of exactly what's going on, so that they can send a proper amount of backup. Maybe that could be a good thing. Dredd Daily Dose is asking, it's been a while since I've seen it, but isn't Dredd aware that a lot of the judges are on Mama's payroll? No, actually, I don't think he is at this point.
That's something that I had a little bit of a problem with. I feel like if later we're going to do the whole thing where a lot of the judges that come to help are actually corrupt, he doesn't, like, it doesn't seem well established, I would say. He doesn't seem to, there's no indication that he thinks most of the force is corrupt.
Yeah, because if he did, he probably
that might
would
explain things a bit better.
It might, but then he still, like, you would think that he would still know that if he's calling in for backup at her base, that it's gonna cause a problem, right?
Hmm.
Like, if he was aware that they were on her payroll, because I don't think he's really aware of who she is before he shows up, right? I think they established that he kind of, like, he's just like, yeah, like, it's just another crime, right? I don't know who these people are. I can respond to 6% of these a day, right? Like, there's too much crime going on for me to, give a shit about what everybody is and all that.
Yeah,
so.
He doesn't know anything about the Mama clan before this.
Yeah.
He has to learn, as the audience does, that in this particular tower, which I think one assumes he's never actually been in this one before. The implication is that the judges don't come here often. If they do, it's just to knock heads and make it seem like they're involved, but they don't really do much. So this is new territory for him, this particular tower, and the implication is that, like, he has to learn that, recently, the general state of things is that there are gangs fighting for control, but now one has taken control of the whole building, and that's remarkable, right?
Yeah.
So that's all news to him. So I don't think he would have any way of knowing that other judges are on her payroll, or any way of assuming that.
Yeah. Now, one thing I do want to, like, because we've kind of jumped ahead a little bit, I do like the action sequences as they happen, right? Like as contrived as some of the reason behind getting to them are, they're pretty well done, I think, especially for this kind of movie that's a little
Yeah,
lower
some of
budget.
them definitely are.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
there's some really good ones, and this is another thing that when I was watching it made me question us that there's no way, right? Like, because Civil War's action sequences are not very good. Like, they're really kind of poorly done, and there's not a lot of good action in a lot of the rest of Alex Garland's directorial movies, right? Like, Devs is unbelievably boring. Not that there's a lot of opportunity for it, but even when there is, it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. No,
Annihilation
and I
is also
same.
really lame, right? Like that bear scene is a pathetic attempt at like aping off a little bit of the action of or the tension and the action of the Jurassic Park. Its vision is based on movement scene, right?
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
this is remarkable to see that this is like where he started to the fact that he has ended now at like on a movie on a war on a larger scale that is really just like not particularly interesting,
I
right?
think
Like,
a big there's two main reasons I think that the action in this is way better than in Civil War. In Civil War, for one, we're often thrown into situations, and this is by his design. Like he did this on purpose. I just think it's really stupid. He has it be that we don't know who any of these factions are, or why they're fighting, or even really who's who in a particular action scene, because he wants to throw us in the chaos and just be like, oh my God, isn't the chaos crazy? And our journalists are only really concerned with getting a good shot. So they're not invested in who wins the fight. So there's no reason to be invested in any of the fighting. It's really crazy. Whereas in this, there's a very clear goal. We know who the factions are and we know what they're trying to accomplish. The only time I think I found the action a little confusing is when Judge Dredd is fighting some of the other
yeah,
judges.
that can get a
It,
little
it,
clunky.
it gets a little confusing because the only distinguishing features are the emblems on their chest that have their last name. Otherwise, the bottom half of their jaws look pretty similar. There's one black, there might be one or two black judges, but the white judges all look the same to me, so it's hard to
Yeah,
distinguish them unless
that
we
was a
get a
little
shot.
confusing. That fist fight in the staircase between
Yes, that one was a
Dredd and
little.
the other guy who he like
I
punches in the
thought, I
throat.
thought, yeah, I thought Dredd got punched in the throat, and I like had to watch it again. Um, so that maybe could have been made a little more clear. Otherwise, the action I thought was pretty good. It's pretty obvious who we're rooting for, why we want them to succeed, what they're trying to accomplish, even if what they're trying to accomplish broadly is a little stupid sometimes. And I think it's pretty inventively filmed. And I think the other reason that Civil War's action sucks in comparison is that I think Civil War is trying deliberately to not have any fun with any of the
Yeah,
violence.
this is
And whereas,
really kind of reveling in it in a way that is very very fun, especially if you're sort of into the idea of like a grim dark future thing like this.
yeah,
Like they
and if I
really
were,
they really revel in the creative ways that people are being killed and like the
yeah,
explosions and the gore, and it's a lot. I like it.
yeah, and if
Oh, white judges.
and if I were to sit Alex Garland down, well, first of all, I would say many things, but if I were to talk to him about this point, because I feel like he's the kind of person who believes that reveling in it is bad because you make it seem cool, and he doesn't want to make violence seem cool because violence is bad. Um, I don't think it's that simple. I think this movie is reveling in the violence, not because I think the brutality and the stylized nature of how it's shot aren't actually in conflict with each other. And I feel this way about a lot of things. I feel this way about a lot of Quentin Tarantino movies, um, as well.
It's
Like
yeah.
the way it's shot is extreme and fun, but it doesn't make it any less brutal. Especially because there are scenes in this that are really brutal in a way that I think are quite nice.
Yeah.
And I don't, and I think, right from the beginning, the way we're doling out punishment, even from the guys we're rooting for, it's like, oh God, this is pretty harsh, huh? You know what I mean? Um, I don't think those are actually in conflict with each
No,
other.
I
I
think
think
that it kind of gets at the Quentin Tarantino I'm glad you brought him up because I was just going to say like I know you've seen the interview where the person asks him, the one interviewer
What
asks
about
him
the
like,
violence?
what about the
You know,
violence? And he basically just goes, "Cause it's so much fucking fun, Jan. Like, what is so
yeah,
hard to understand about this?"
it's great because it's fun. Jan, get it?
Yeah,
That's the quote.
yeah.
I think about that line delivery, that line delivery all the time.
Because and that's the thing about it, right? Is like, at the end of the day, like, I know Alex Garland doesn't believe this, but it's a fucking movie, man. Like,
Yeah.
you're allowed to enjoy seeing this shit go down in a movie, right? Like, you've set up the stakes in the world such that you are sort of begging us to enjoy this, and you did a
Mhm.
great job in this one because a lot of the brutal action is really fun. Like, it's like there are a couple times I love it when I'm watching a movie like this, and I'll like every now and then go ooh when something bad
Yeah, yeah.
happens, right? When I have that kind of like reaction, because I know
And
it's not real. Like,
mhm.
this is
And it delivers on that. Like,
yeah,
like when bullets are flying through people in slow motion and they're like fat on their stomach is like jiggling and stuff. Like it's funny and it's painful to look at. It kind of triggers both things at once. You're like, "Oh, that's fun." In a sort of detached sense, but also you're like, "Oh God, that's pretty brutal. That's,
yeah,
that's pretty
incendiary
horrifying."
round in the mouth, burning every
Exactly.
like, yeah, it's like, oh shit, oof, that's rough, buddy. Like, that's a tough way to go. The idea of like giving these people the slow mo drug and then skinning them alive and throwing them off of the top floor of the
That's
building or whatever.
horrifying.
It's
Yeah.
horrifying. But I'm
And
watching. I'm
just
like, that's
because
incredible. That's a really
just
good way of
because
utilizing that thing that you've set up.
I agree. Just because some small percentage of sadistic psychopaths watching might go like, "Oh, that's fun. Like murdering people is fun, hurting people is fun." That doesn't mean most people are having that response. And I think it's kind of naive and maybe even a bit insulting to the audience to assume that, "Oh, if you make violence look cool on screen, everyone's going to assume that violence is cool now." Like have a little more faith in the people watching, perhaps,
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
kind of the same argument that a lot of like the detractors would make about playing Grand Theft Auto. Like, I
Yeah.
remember being in middle school and having played Vice City, and I had these teachers who were horrified at the idea of earning points for running over. Like, they clearly didn't understand the game, but they were like, "Oh my gosh, you earn points for beating up women in the game." It's like, well, first off, no, but second off, yeah, but it's not real. Like, the computer game characters,
Yeah.
man. Like, come on, this is not the same thing, you know. There's
Yeah.
probably a small percentage of people who do look at that and go, "Ooh, if only real life were really like that." Most people are just having a good time.
Yeah.
Most people are
Or
just
like
having a good
having fun doing something that they know is wrong, but it's fun to do in a video game. It's like, a lot of people watch crime fiction or read crime fiction, whatever the case may be, to kind of explore those interests and impulses instead of doing them. So like I get quite annoyed when people, especially the people making stuff, are like, "Oh no, it can't be fun because then we're glorifying it." It's like, is there anything that Alex Garland could make that could be fun these days, or is it just like all the fun sapped out of him? You know what I mean? Like, can he make a movie that's a fun cinematic experience about anything, or would that ruin the film's ability to be serious from his perspective?
That's a great question, man. Like, what could he do? He's gonna be. There's no way that this warfare movie that he's doing is going to have any element of that to it, right? Like, obviously, especially given the way that he approached Civil War, he doesn't give a shit about having fun with any of that kind of thing.
No.
It's not like that at all. For him, it is entirely about like he aping off some come and see war is bad shit, when not doing it
Yeah.
as well. I like Ex Machina has there's some fun to be had, and I think that's really where of the last point
Yeah.
that he really seemed to enjoy, you know, what he was doing with his fictional world, right? I think that's clearly the last point, because after that was
Yeah.
Devs and Annihilation, which are not like they're
They're not fun at
they're not
all.
fun at all. No, there's no
No.
levity, there's no humor, there's nothing. It's just like, yeah,
Well, they're few and far between, but there are attempts at levity. I just don't think they work or make any sense. For example, the disco apartment cleaning scene. Like that was clearly intended to be a moment of levity. It's worthless, but there it
Yeah,
is.
that's intended to be funny for some reason somehow. Um, yeah,
It's
it's just
such a poorly constructed joke. I don't even understand it this day. Though I quite enjoyed those like dancing green screen things you added to it. It's fun.
yeah.
Go check out Devs episode 4 if you haven't already. It's a good time. So back to Dredd. A couple of things, more things that I like in this first half. So when they're clearing the building and Judge is Judge Dredd is like executing the people that are shooting at them and all that sort of stuff. He's like waiting for them to shoot first and threaten first, and then he's killing them, right? And so we get a scene where our rookie character has to kill someone, right, who, has clearly committed a crime that is deserving of the death penalty
In this world,
according
yeah.
to their code.
Well, I
Yes.
mean, like he has attacked them, and he is a gang member.
Yeah, exactly. No,
Yeah,
like in the logic of the world, Judge Dredd is like, you got to kill this guy, and so she does, and that is hard for her to do. This is definitely the first time she's ever killed anyone. That's
yeah.
the implication,
And
right?
one of the things that her character gets a little bit of definition earlier before this has happened, right when they're walking into the building, he says something about like looking for good people in a place like this, and she goes, "I was raised in a place like this. I know there are good people here. I think
Hmm.
that's why I think I can make a difference. Or he says like making a difference in a place like this, and she goes, "Well, I was raised here. I know there's good people. I think I can make a difference by being a judge. Thank you very much." And so she has to sort of like reckon with the idea that yeah, while there are good people around, there are
This
also
is her
people who are
job.
like this is her job, and there's also people who are trying to kill her for
Yeah.
no other reason than they were told to by their boss, right? Like yeah, she's got to
Hmm.
reckon with that a little bit, and this is a
And
moment of you know difficulty for her.
yeah, it's occurring to me now that her arc is a little bit like what was probably intended to be the arc for Lucy in Fallout, but it's a bit better here,
Yeah,
more than a bit better. Um, like for example, so she kills that guy, and then there are people around the corner, so they have to duck into someone's apartment
yeah, and
to
she
hide.
uses her psychic ability to sort of manipulate that situation. She like reads the person through the wall, and calls out her name and says, "Open the door, Kathy." And so
Hmm.
Kathy opens the door. They come in and they like they hide. Which is
Yes, and then
useful. I
yeah,
like that. I like
it,
that a lot.
it is useful. She should do that more, I think. And then uh, she reads this person's mind and concludes that she's not going to say anything. She's not going to, turn on them or reveal to the Mama clan where they went or that they were here. Right? Dread, I think, is at first thinks we should probably kill her or something like that,
Yeah,
or you have to do something to make sure she doesn't talk. But she reads her mind and discovers that no, that's a useful skill, is to be able to read people's intent and know whether they're lying and that sort of thing. So she does that, and then right before she leaves, she realizes that her husband, or boyfriend or whoever, was the guy that she
her
killed,
yeah
and
the
so that
father of her child.
yeah, so that's a little moment of sort of like, having her character go through it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I like that. It's pretty decent. It's
Yeah.
nothing amazing, but it's good.
It's solid, man. It's
Yeah.
solidly executed, and like again, maybe not ground shattering, but it works. It's perfectly functional. Nothing wrong with it.
Yes. Yeah. Now we get to here's a question I have. So, as they're walking around, they're going to take an elevator to go up to whatever floor they need to get to the Mama clan. And right before they do, the Mama clan, Mama herself, presses a button from her remote control station operation to shut down steel whatever gates, some sort of metal gates that now they can't access the elevator, right? She has the ability to control that from a distance, and she can see them on security cameras. Now, here's the question I have. Okay, first of all, this is the question I have. Domhnall Gleeson, what is he?
He's okay.
Is,
So I
is
think
a cyborg? Is
yeah.
that what he is?
Well, yeah, he's sort of like so Mama gouges out his eyes. He's the like gouges out his eyes and replaces them with
Lens eyes?
yeah, like
Camera
basically
lens
like
eyes?
camera lens eyes, but I think they're like supposed to be computer chips. I guess like they basically like let him plug
Cybernetic,
into
yeah.
there's cybernetic implants that let him plug into all the tech in the building, right? Like all the tech in his computer thing.
Yeah, okay. So here's the question I have, right? They have access to security cameras. One assumes that there are security cameras most places in here. If they aren't, I have questions about why not. Um, and he is some sort of cybernetically enhanced computer nerd, tech whiz guy. And they can find them on the security cameras sometimes. I question why they ever really lose them in this movie.
You know, that's a valid question. There's no answer. Like, there's not really a good answer for why they lose them, right? Like, they should
Yeah.
be everywhere. They should be ubiquitous, but they're not. They're like every now and then, it's like, oh, I they were on this camera. I saw them there. They seem to
So,
only
okay,
be in
most
certain places.
Yeah,
Uh,
so most plausible answer is that they're literally just not a ton of cameras everywhere. They're just somewhere.
yeah,
And so it's difficult to track them, though that I find that a little convenient, but that's all right. Because for example, there are scenes where they go into that empty, what I imagine is a classroom and do all that stuff and like
they
they
can't
can't
find
see
them.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's maybe there's no security cameras there. I don't know. It just seemed a little convenient when they could and could not find them on the security
I think you're right
camera.
about that. Yeah.
It's not story breaking for me, I don't think.
No,
Unless I
I
went
don't think.
over
I
the.
don't really think it. I don't think it. It's just.
No, it's not.
It's just a good way
Oh,
of like having a little bit of It's like, okay, yeah, there are cameras, and so the villains do have a little bit of a an upper hand there. And it's just sort of I don't know. It doesn't break it for me, but it's just a convenience, right? Like
it's
it's
a little
just
convenient.
yeah
That's all right. I've seen worse. So next scene, we've Wood Harris and the psychic girl have a little moment to themselves, and he's like testing whether she's really psychic. Like, oh yeah, if you're psychic, then what am I thinking about right now? And we like cut in, and he's thinking about fucking her, which is like kind of funny. You know, there's some fun to be had in these scenes where he's like messing with her a
yeah
little bit. There's, those are some interesting
yeah
scenes.
yeah
And there's a certain kind of I don't know if edgy is the right word, but there's a quality to this story that doesn't show up in any of his other stuff either. Where like there's not this kind of like fun bad guy writing in any of his other stuff.
yeah.
Actually, maybe in Ex Machina. I think Caleb. No, not Caleb. What's the bad guy's name?
Oscar Isaac.
In yeah. Anyway,
I can't
his
remember what
character
his
his character is
name
kind of
is.
a fun, like seedy villainous guy. Anyway, so I was like, finally, Wood Harris gets to do something because up until now he was just kind of like man who doesn't want to talk, and so finally he gets to do something. So that's always fun. Then they start They find out what floor they're on, and they use these giant miniguns to obliterate half the building, indiscriminately kill a whole bunch of people. Now, clearly they're very powerful and very willing to kill a whole bunch of people indiscriminately. That does raise questions for me about like why people in this building haven't turned on them but I guess they have
Well,
so
I mean,
much
they have so
weaponry
much
and power.
control that they
Yeah,
probably just don't feel like they can.
they
You
can
know?
do anything about it. Yeah, no, I get that. But yeah, they're clearly willing to obliterate like a whole floor worth of people. So you're like, oh, these guys are really bad. Now we're outside on the balcony and they've like shot through the wall and that's what allows them to get out there. I saw it mentioned earlier that I thought the idea was that these blast doors are made to withstand nukes. It's like, well, if they were, then being able to shoot through them so easily is pretty stupid. But so be it. Um, all this is pre-minigun. What do you mean?
We had discussed the minigun sequence before this. We're just kind of jumping around. We're
Yeah,
not
we're
really going
jumping around a little
chronologically.
bit. Yeah,
Sorry about the
we're done.
confusion there. Like that is we're just doing what we do. Yeah. Um.
I can believe. I raise this as a question, but I can believe that there aren't security cameras everywhere. I just felt like it was a little convenient
Right
that
when they
even
catch them.
still,
Yeah.
when they catch them and when they don't. And then the other
That's
thing
fine.
is, I can believe that the people in this building are afraid of the Mama clan. It's just crazy to me how like they just blow through half
Yeah, well,
of
and I
that
mean,
whole house.
Dunny there is they might not have gone to such lengths before if they've never had issues with the judges before. So this could, like, I mean,
This could be unprecedented. Yeah.
Yeah, this could be unprecedented, and you could maybe read it in that way with how the medical examiner guy turns them away at first, saying
Hmm.
like, it's not really taking sides. It's like this is just
You're
I have
you're
to live
you're dead
here, right?
already,
Like you're
I think
dead
is what he
already.
says.
But
Yeah,
then after all
because the
of this
world is just that
happens,
awful.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
after all of this happens, he offers to testify against her because like, you could read it a little bit maybe as like. Now he doesn't say this, and he's pretty blunt about it. But you could read this maybe as him being like, "This is just too much for me. I'm gonna do something about it." Right? Like so, this could be the point where it changes. I'm okay with assuming that.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree. I'm with you there. Um,
Now, have
then
we
there
talked about how like so that scene where Wood Harris and Anderson are alone together at the
there's
elevator?
two of them. Yeah, there's one after the elevator and one in a classroom later.
Yes, the classroom is the part where she interrogates him. I'm talking about the one where they're alone and he like flashes the image of him fucking her. Um,
Yeah,
and he's like talking about how like we had a girl who was about your age once that we like and want to see what we did, and like he kind of he tries to flash that memory and she like whaps him across the face. My one of my questions for this, Dredd separates the two of them. I don't why why does he separate that? Like he walks off and says like if I don't come back, you might want to basically like save the last bullet for yourself, kind of thing, right? Um, why does he
yeah.
walk
Why?
away?
I don't know.
And what like like that was one of the things that I was kind of like a little bit questioning of. I was like, what strategic purpose does splitting up here serve? This is not really a smart. Um, I don't if anybody remembers what he says and why
Yeah,
he
I have the script. So a blast door covers the entrance to the stairwell. We'll need whatever sort of chemical to even make a dent. And so, why aren't they coming? They know where we are. And he says, I'm not sure. They're like, that's what worries me, or something to that
that's when they
effect.
get trapped in the cage in the
Yes,
hallway.
but then
Yeah.
he says, he lifts his gun. This is what the script says. I don't remember. I don't have the transcript. He says he lifts the gun and shoots out the ceiling lights at the section of corridor they're in, leaving the section in the corridor in darkness. No, that's not what happens.
No,
He
that
shoots
does
the
not
camera in the
happen.
movie. I
Yeah.
shouldn't be looking at the script. It's clearly a lot changed. But yeah, I don't. He says at some point, like you said, we like save the last bullet for yourself. I don't know why he leaves. I'm
Yeah,
gonna investigate that really quick. You talk to the fine people in chat.
I will do that. Yeah, the minigun shootout is a chaotic scene, and the carnage is pretty great. Yeah, like I do enjoy the chance to sort of like watch this all. Like they do a good job with it. They do a real good job with it. Yeah, I don't remember Dunny. Like he said, I can't remember what he says and why, but I do remember questioning. Like, okay, I mean, why separate though? Like, what is that? What purpose does that serve to have somebody like a rookie alone? You know, in this building. Like I feel like you probably don't want that. That just like
Okay, let's here I have the actual transcript.
okay.
So, um they know where we are. Why aren't they coming after us? That's what worries me. Then he says, "Take them back to the main lobby. Hold position behind the elevator shaft. That'll be a good place to defend." She says, "Where are you going? If I don't come back and you get cornered, you might not want to get taken alive. Your call." That's it.
That's okay.
You go
And
back down to the lobby. Why? Why aren't we sticking together?
where is he going? Like what is he going to do? Um
He's gonna he's gonna go face them head on. That's what he's doing essentially. Um I don't know why they split up. It's really dumb to split up. She's a rookie. He doesn't know. Obviously he has some idea of how competent she is, but he like
he knows well
I
he
don't know.
know like I mean he knows that this is a an issue. Yeah, I don't know what I can't remember like what does he go to do? What happens when he like cuz he walks away. This is not when she gets taken either. Like that happens a little bit after the minigun scene.
Mhm.
What is what does he go to do? Does he get into a fight with somebody? I can't even
Okay, really quick, I need to respond to something in chat. So, it absolutely was another Tuesday for Dredd. Things are so bad that it doesn't matter the details of what is going on at Peach Trees. That cannot possibly be true. I don't accept that at all. Even if Dredd told him how bad it was, they weren't going to send more than two judges. Well, even if they only sent two judges to help them out, he
Them
should
knowing
tell
the
them what's
actual
happening.
details of what's
Yeah,
happening
because when they
is
show up, they're like, "Oh, there's a fire up there. I guess nothing is really happening. I guess we'll wait out here. That's fine." No, he needs to tell them more information, and this is a more remarkable circumstance than what he assumes from the very beginning is happening in these sort of things in terms of criminals selling drugs. There is one gang that's taken over the entire thing, and they've locked everybody inside this giant tower, right? This impenetrable tower. Like that is remarkable. That is more than the average crime that they deal with, even if they only send two judges, which I'm fine with them being so strapped for personnel that they can only manage to send two people to go help them out. He should still tell them what's happening, where they are, what they're dealing with, what they're up against, all that sort of stuff. And he just leaves a lot of that information out. And I think that's a problem for the story. I think that's a problem by implication of Judge Dredd's character.
okay. So
I don't.
Donald is saying he walks away and he just sees the miniguns, and then we get into the minigun scene. So like, yeah,
Yeah.
there's not really a good reason to separate here because he just ends up coming back to her afterward, and that's when they get okay. Yeah, I don't know why the separation happens here. Like this doesn't make a lot of sense, but I guess
No, I'm afraid it doesn't make any sense.
yeah. I like it. That's just kind of a silly way to just sort of get him into this position so that we can create a little bit more tension in the action sequence. But we would have been fine if they had just been together and seen it happen.
And they both end up on the balcony anyway. So
okay, so yeah, real quick, Rev. Like, I like the. I don't mind it really at the end when he says "drug bust gone wrong." It's just when he's calling in the APB and he doesn't really give them all that much. Like they've just used miniguns and obliterated, an entire floor of a building. Yeah, like just to kill two judges. And he's so like this is where he starts like interrogating Wood Harris's character, because he's like something big must be going on here, right? Like he's suspicious of what's like this has clued him into this is more than just that. Like the scene like would have been I think this just his character in this scene would have benefited from him giving them more information.
We got to be blunt. It's really stupid that he doesn't. There's just no other way to spin this part. Like it's really stupid that all he tells them is, "Hey, I need backup. How long will it take you to get here?" That's basically all he says. He doesn't say much more than that, and he should say much more than that. Even if they only manage to send one other person to come help him. The line at the very end, it's like not a huge problem for me. I do wonder why he didn't say more, but whatever.
That makes sense. That's like the Dirty Harry thing, right? Like he's just like
I
drug
get
bust,
that.
Yeah, like
it is not okay. No, it is not just a drug bust gone wrong. This is a remarkable occurrence.
Yeah, and
this
like,
is a remarkable crime.
He doesn't know about the corrupt judges yet, Rakika, but he does know that she just melted a floor of a building. Like you'd think that he would mention that, right? Like, because otherwise, that way, when the backup gets there, and they tell them, "Oh yeah, we've just got a fire up here.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we can't open the building," they would be clued in, right? Like if he had just said, yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on, but they've got high X rounds and miniguns, and they've just melted an entire floor. Like,
this is where we are, and this is what we need to happen. If you come to the front and they say, "Hey, no, this is just a routine fire we're dealing with," don't believe them. Stuff like that, stuff like that. And for the whole, this is just a drug bust gone wrong. You'd think he might have mentioned the fact that there were corrupt judges who were part of the payroll.
Oh yeah, that might have been.
Isn't that part of it? Yeah, isn't that remarkable? Isn't that something you might want to mention to your supervisor? Yeah. No, so I mean. No, I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I think that really even if he doesn't say he doesn't have to be like calling for help like, "Oh my god, I can't handle this," Yeah,
even if he's been through crazy shit before, he needs to say more information.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
there's no. I'm sorry. There's no way
It
around
doesn't
that.
really make sense to me that he wouldn't give them that information because like the only reason that he doesn't is so that there can be a speed bump later on in
Yeah.
the script, right? Like that's the main
Mhm.
reason.
Yeah, and it
So
makes him kind of stupid by implication that he doesn't tell them more information about what's
yeah,
happening here when he calls for backup.
yeah, like it's and yeah, that's really it. It's just it just creates a speed bump later on that
Mm.
it is unnecessary, I think, because you could have handled it a little bit. You could have handled it smarter. That's
Yeah.
really it. Like,
So uh, Donald's angry has mentioned that, like, presumably when he writes a report about this whole thing, he'll mention, the corrupt judges and everything. Sure, let's assume he does that. It's just a little. The final scene is just a little weird that he doesn't tell her more information. It's not a problem. The balcony one is the bigger problem.
yeah, that would be the thing. So but like they get out on the like miniguns happen. They get out on the balcony. They come back in. I really forgot though. Like this is kind of like one of the things that I like about this a lot. Is that there's not a lot happening, right? Like this movie moves along at a very solid pace. It's moving at a pretty good clip, and there's not a lot of events, but most of the important ones are happening. Like and they're just one to the next, and good. I'm happy with that. But so they get in, they interrogate psychically, or he starts beating up Wood Harris's character, trying to get him to talk. And the psychic girl is like, because he doesn't quite realize that he could use the psychic girl to his advantage yet, I guess. So she
Um,
sort of explains to him.
as soon as you say that, I'm like, maybe you think maybe he would have thought of it sooner, but that's okay.
Yeah, like he just, maybe he didn't. Maybe he's just like, oh yeah,
In the
I
heat of the
forgot.
moment, he just
New
he
tool,
defaulted to beat him up. Yeah,
new
that's fine.
tool. I haven't quite figured. Oh yeah, that's right. This is handy, isn't it? Like we've got a
Hmm.
new skill set here.
Yeah,
So she psychically interrogates him, and I like that scene a lot, where she psychically interrogates Wood Harris. It's
it's
fun.
fun. Yeah,
Uh,
it's the way it's filmed and everything. It's stylish and strange. And basically, what they conclude is that it was him. He was the one who helped throw those bodies off the roof, or not the roof, but like the
yeah,
70th floor. And that they learned that they
they learn that they're
manufactured drugs.
manufacturing slow mo, like the entire drug.
Yeah.
Like this is the play. Like they are manufacturing it. This is a kingpin, right? Like this is not just a. This is where they learn exactly how big of a deal this is, right? Like this is
Hmm.
huge, um, and is this is where he asks for the options, and they decide like we decide to go back on the attack, right? This
Yeah.
is where
Okay.
that
So
happens.
I just to really, hammer it home for anyone in chat who still thinks maybe the balcony scene isn't stupid. So they get outside and they realize that their comms are back on because they're outside of the blast doors. I'm glad they realized that. That's good. He says, "Control, do you copy?" Control says, "Affirmative." Dredd, 1024 on my GPS. Request immediate assistance. Copy 1024. Judges under fire. Showing your location as Peach Trees, Sector 13. Confirm. Confirm. Be advised, blast door defenses have been triggered, is what Judge Dredge tells them. She asks, "Can you hold your current GPS?" Negative. "If they come for us, we've got nowhere to go." Copy that. Backup is on the way. Just stay alive. Then he says, "We got to go back in." That's it. That's the scene. So all he tells them is, "We're under fire." He doesn't tell them where in the building they are, just the GPS coordinates, which again won't tell them like
I mean, I
his.
guess let's assume far future
Okay, sure.
judges
Let's assume
GPS
that
can
tells
like yeah.
tell him exactly, pinpoint exactly where he is. Okay. I'm fine with assuming that. He says we're under fire. That's all they know, and the blast door defenses have been triggered. Not that they've been closed deliberately by people who are holding the building hostage, right?
Yeah.
And then he says like, "Can you hold the position?" "No, we got to go back in." That's it. That's all he tells them. That's crazy. That is fucking nuts. That's um, and I'm afraid it makes him a little stupid. But that's all he told them.
I
Um,
mean, I gotta agree. I gotta agree with
Reckless,
that. I
if
mean,
nothing else.
it's a little flumpy. It's a little flumpy, and I wish
More than
that
a bit.
yeah. I wish that it had a little bit more.
Because it changes the whole back half of the movie from here in terms of like how it all plays out. It
Well,
would have
like, I
played
mean,
out very differently.
let's think about what could have happened. Right? Is like the other way you do this is he gives them the full rundown of information. Like, here's what has happened. Right?
Mhm.
They have, blast door defenses are like, there's a gang holding the building hostage. They have eliminated an entire floor full of people, multiple homicide, all that kind of stuff. And then the instead of instead of the backup showing up and being the two guys who kind of just go like, "Hey, what's going on?" Routine check-in on APB call. Like, what's
Yeah,
happening here? Oh, we're stuck and there's a fire on the floor, right? Um, Instead of that, four judges show up, and surprise, they're corrupt. They're on the take. Like, they
yeah,
get in there. They, the door, like, they, open the door. They demand the door be opened. It just kind of opens up. So you think, oh man, as the audience, you're like, first time watching, you're like, oh man, all right, cool, the cavalry's here. And then
yeah.
they come in and they talk to Cersei, and yeah, they're corrupt. They're asking for money.
That would be better. Because what happens instead, as we mentioned a little bit, but let's put an even finer point on it. Two judges come after he puts in a distress call saying judges are under fire. We need backup. They come and they're told, sorry, we're just dealing with the fire on the 75th floor, so we can't bring you in. Everything's fine here. And that
How are
works.
you? Everything's fine now. How are
Yes,
you?
and that works. That's pretty dumb.
Yeah, Donald? I know that they come in after the flare scene, but what I'm saying is, like, instead of having the scene with the two judges who show up and like the
Mhm.
two not corrupt judges who show up to investigate and are turned away at the door, basically, or like they buy the excuse that there's just a fire that's broken out. Instead, you just have the four corrupt judges show up as the potential backup, and you kind of do a little rug pull out from under the
Yeah,
feet of the audience instead.
I
Like,
think that would have been better.
yeah, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, get rid of those
Get rid
messages,
of those men.
Donald
Take them
Angry. Get them
away.
out of
Get out of
here.
here.
Yeah, delete the evidence. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no,
Um,
but yeah,
so
I take your point. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. But
they
yeah,
go back. Then they go back inside. Then they find a classroom to like hide in for a bit. We do the little psychic investigation. That's after the balcony, and then
this is where he basically gives her that. He's like, what are our options here? For what to do, and she says something about like, what, keep moving and try to stay hidden while waiting for backup, or stay here and defend while waiting for backup. And he goes, "Oh, is that it? That's all you got?" And she's like, "Well, what do you think?" And he goes, "Why don't we go on the attack?" Like, that's basically the summary of it, right? That happens right here.
yeah, basically because he's badass man.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't
Um,
mind it. I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. He's like, all right, well, while I wait for backup, I'm gonna hit him back hard. Like, this is, I'm a judge. They've just killed a bunch of people. I'm gonna kick ass and take names. Like, this is a schlocky action movie. That's fine, right? Like, I'm okay
yeah.
with that. Um,
Um, uh,
it's not
I found that I
brilliant.
have the I have the exact transcript of what happens when those other two judges show up, and I wanted to read it out. So, male judge, we're responding to a report of judges under fire from within this block. Within the block, so they didn't get precise coordinates.
Okay.
That much is obvious. Um, judges under fire. I'm aware of any such activity, says Domhnall Gleeson. Is that how you say it, by the way? I've never
I
actually
have
heard it
no idea.
pronounced.
I
Anyway,
think so.
that's how
That's how I
it,
say it.
that's how it looks on paper anyway. Judges under fire. I'm unaware of any such activity. We're actually undergoing a scheduled war defense test. Not anymore. You're not. He doesn't say it like that, but that's how I like to imagine he said it. Open the blast door right now. Yes, sir. The problem is we've had a software malfunction, and I've lost controls of the system. We've had a fire on level 76, and the male judge just says, "You better get control of that fast, or I'm slapping you with an obstruction of justice charge."
Yeah, yeah,
It
and
might have
then
been really useful if Dredd told him any information about how, they've hacked in to the control system because he's
yeah,
just like,
he's kind of setting his teammates up to fail there by not giving
yes,
them the information. Like,
yes. I don't know. That bothered me a lot.
And I think we should also mention that in that scene, Domhnall Gleeson is being threatened by Mama. She's like holding a knife on his belly, threatening to kill him if he
Yeah.
doesn't lie. So we get a little bit of the indication here that he is an unwilling participant, right? Like he's not. He's maybe thinking this has gone too far,
Yeah.
but he can't. Like he's in too deep. He can't get out. That kind of
Yeah.
thing. Which I like.
After
I
after
like it
that,
enough.
once they've decided, all right, well, we got to fight our way to the top. Not fight our way to the control room, but fight our way to the top for some reason.
Well,
And
I mean,
then
I'm okay with him fighting his way to the top because he's like here to take out. He's like, I'm gonna take her out before anybody else can take her out. That kind of thing.
uh I don't know. I still think we should be trying to get to the control room so we can open the doors. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I mean, I think that should have happened a little earlier in the movie. We're still having the problem of like the fact that they haven't even considered that as an option.
Yeah. Yeah. So then we get a scene where we introduce these two little kids who have guns, and like the implication with them is that like they want to do the bidding of the clan. Either they're like young members of the gang, or they like want to be on their
Yeah,
side.
they want
Something
to
to that
earn.
effect.
They want to earn some good grace from Mama, so that
Yeah.
like, yeah.
'Cause she rules this little underworld, right? So then we get a little fake out where they shoot at a guy in a booth, right? Is
No,
that what
no, no, no.
happened?
First,
Oh, you're
they
right. You're right. You're right.
yeah,
Go ahead.
he'd pull. This is where psychic girl gets taken, which is like this is another one of those little issues with the convenience or inconvenience, I should say, of her power. So like I like his Dredd's whole thing
Yeah.
of like gaining an upper hand with these kids, right? Like he realizes they're inexperienced. And so they talk about how they're going to kill him and whatever, and he goes with the safety on, and then they turn to look and they're like it's not on, and so he has an opportunity to draw his weapon and point it at him. That's
Yeah.
fun little thing. But as this is all happening, the rookie is so preoccupied with this going down that I guess her psychic sense doesn't pick up that Wood Harris is making a move to kidnap her and
Hold
like
her hostage.
hold her
Yeah.
hostage. Um, he's kind of like behind her a little bit, out of her peripheral vision, I suppose, but it doesn't quite. It doesn't quite work out, or she can't sense it for some reason. Don't know why. She was able to sort of like passively sense that he was thinking about making a move for Dredd's gun before you'd think she might have picked up on
That is a good
that.
point.
But I guess not. Maybe
But
she
she
was too
doesn't because
distracted.
I guess it's a little hazy.
Clunky. A little clunky.
Yeah. So
That's okay.
he captures her, takes an elevator up to Mama's headquarters, brings her in, and immediately all the guys that are part of the clan, all these like MS-13 looking motherfuckers are like, "Cool, now we get to rape her." And she's like, "No, you fucks. Like when this is all said and done, it needs to look like they just got killed in a routine drug bust, right? So you can't rape and torture and kill her." Which does imply to me that what's happening here is remarkable from the judge's perspective. That like this isn't just it's par for the course that this sort of thing happens as extreme as it's happening in this particular plot. That they wouldn't really care or bat an eye. There's heavy implication that she's concerned with making it look more mundane than it actually is. That like if it got out what they're actually up to, that would draw a lot of attention. So I don't believe that this is just another Tuesday. And I think this is good evidence of that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I also Donald in the chat is it ever established that she just picks things up, or does she have to focus to read? I don't know. I'm
Well,
not.
you mentioned that she picked up that he was making a move on his gun or thinking about it,
Maybe she
and
was
that
focusing. Like that's the thing. Is like maybe she was focusing
maybe
on him, there, but she does say it sort of absent-mindedly when it happens. So I don't know that it's definitive, right? Like I don't know that we
yeah.
can say it's definitive. It does seem a little it again to use the word of the chat, the word of the day. It seems a little floopy to get that going, right? Like
Yeah, I think I can believe that she has to be concentrating. I think they could have been more clear about it because as it stands, you have scenes like that where it's like, oh man, when it would have been really helpful, I guess she just wasn't thinking about reading anyone's mind. So
Yeah,
you could just call that convenient, if nothing else.
yeah. Like
Um,
again, not a huge problem.
Not really a character. Like I don't know if that makes her stupid necessarily or anything, but it's just like, oh, it just conveniently she wasn't thinking about reading anyone's mind at this exact moment. Sure. Now once they have her, they're like, okay, guys, like we're holding her hostage, but you can't torture and kill her because we need to make sure everything looks mundane. Dredd gets control of the intercom. It's like, this mama lady, she's real bad. You guys shouldn't be on her side. I forget exactly what he
he
says.
says I am, and like she's like, you think she's the law, but I am the law,
I
which
am
is
the
his like
law.
that's his Judge Dredd's
Yeah,
big
I like that
line.
moment. It's fun.
Like I am the law. That's like his I'm Batman, and I like it a lot. It's a satisfying way to drop it. You waited to the proper point in the movie to drop the
Mhm.
famous line, the catchphrase.
Nice.
So
Good
let's
job,
go.
guys.
Good job.
Oh, Dunny makes a good point. Doesn't he also, he being Wood Harris's character, also put things in her head without her really wanting it as well, which suggests she doesn't have complete control over what she picks up in
Yeah,
any
like
given moment?
which would mean
Yeah.
that she doesn't have to concentrate to pick things up. Yeah, I,
Yeah.
I think that does happen.
Yeah, it's all a little
A
hazy,
little
and it would
hazy.
benefit from being made more clear. Well, she wasn't probing him immediately. Like, what am I thinking right now? That makes sense. And then when he says, we had a girl like you once, blah blah blah, and then he kind of, the implication is that he kind of like makes her think of that. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
against her will. So I don't know. It's just a little hazy.
it's
Just a little
at
hazy.
best it's a little hazy. And
Mm.
you could have benefited from some clarity, I think, but I'm not like yeah, it doesn't break anything character wise
Mhm.
for me. It's just a little bit convenient, a convenient way to set up the third act of the movie. You know,
Yes. So once he takes control of the intercom system, so he can make his little speech, say, "I am the law," and Mama, she's a real bad lady. They're like, okay, now we know where he is, and so they go to this like phone booth looking thing, presumably where you can access the intercom, or that's where he's hacked into it somehow, and they shoot him. But oh no, he wasn't really in there. It was a bait and switch. This is another example where it would have been really useful if they had security cameras. This
yeah,
seemed like a place where they probably should have had some, but I guess they just didn't. That's fine because they didn't see any part of this bait and switch happening. Uh, they didn't. There's no security camera near where that place where he was accessing the intercom from. There's no security camera there or anywhere in the surrounding area where they might have seen him running to the other side of the atrium, whatever you'd call that. Just a little convenient, but the bait and switch is fun. There's a body in there. They shoot at it, and it's like, oh no, it's not
it's not
actually
him.
him.
And then he like this is one of the most memeable moments of the movie. He launches the incendiary rounds across the way and sets them all on fire, and then watches them burn with that epic stink face moment. Like
Yeah,
hitting a good groove on the bass.
yeah, I do like a lot of the music is pretty fun. It's got a like a pulsating techno-y sort of groove and I don't know alt rock from this time period sort of thing. It's
Yeah.
fun.
Another thing that Alex Garland has since lost the ability to do is like fun taste,
Incorporate music. Yeah,
incorporate fun music. Apparently,
I really don't like any of the music in Civil War. It's actually kind of remarkable how they all miss for me.
yeah, yeah. I mean, devs also, they really don't have very many good needle drops in that show.
No, I remember one in particular that like they used a really lame cover of that like "Let the Sunshine In" song, the Age of
Age of
Aquarius.
Aquarius, yeah, yeah.
That song they use a really lame cover, and then we just hear the two back to back. You're like, oh my god, it's unreal how much how much worse this cover is. How much influence did Alex Garland actually have? Well, he wrote the script, and he's the only one who wrote the script.
And
He,
a lot of people credit him with having direct. Like, I mean, Karl Urban himself credits Alex Garland with having basically directed the whole movie.
yeah,
Um,
and other reports say that he kind of took like he helmed the project, especially in post production, so like editing, music, and color, and all that sort of fun stuff. So you get kind of conflicting reports about like how much involvement he had, but it was clear that it was a lot, at
At least
least that
enough
he
that the
wrote it all
star,
himself.
yeah, at least enough that the star of the movie is crediting this as his first ever directorial venture. Um, which, like, and not that he's, not trying, like, Karl Urban's probably trying to hype his boy up a little bit, especially after Ex Machina and Annihilation, but, he's not going to go out and say that without, like, in public without precedence of some kind, There's
Hmm.
something driving that behind that statement, basically, is what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, and I think now we're getting to the part where your rewrite of having it be that when Judge Dredd goes onto the balcony, he gives them all the information they need. They send over 4 judges. Oh no, but those judges are actually corrupt, and so they're in on it. That would be a lot better than what happens because now we're at the point where the 4 corrupt judges show up. Now, why do they show up, Hugh? Because at this point, Mama has said
What?
like,
Yeah,
oh, okay, what are we gonna do about this guy? Well, let's call 911. So
yeah,
because he's proven to be enough of a nuisance, now they're like, oh, let's bring in our corrupt cavalry. Um, you might have assumed she'd done this earlier if this was something she could have done or that she was thinking. You know what I mean? If
yeah.
she had this in her back pocket, he's clearly created enough of a problem for her. Why not bring them in sooner? I don't know. I think the rewrite you mentioned would improve a lot of this.
Yeah, because I mean, like the backup just sort of showing up and being useless, essentially, kind of like that creates a little bit of an issue with the fact that those two characters, those two judges who are out there, yeah, they're standing there waiting for the door to open, and then these other four walk up and go open up, and it just opens, and those two judges, I think somebody earlier in the chat mentioned this, the other two judges don't just go, wait a minute, what the fuck?
They
Well,
just
wait a
leave.
minute.
They're out of the movie now.
Yeah,
They're gone. They don't even come into the building.
yeah. The
They're
guy
like
just says you're
yeah, well,
relieved, and he's just the one guy says you're relieved in a really like kind of dismissive tone, but those other two judges don't go like, wait a second, why did that open for you? And like it doesn't even cause like a problem. Like you could even be like, okay, well then the corrupt judges overpower them, right? Like you could even have that happen, or you just eliminate the need for them altogether by having the backup that Dredd calls in be those four corrupt judges. Like the four, we've seen how the system for picking up crime works, right?
yeah,
So Dredd and the rookie got in early on the Peachtree call, and she just goes, "Oh, let's do this one." Boop, and he goes, "All right, fine, whatever, just a regular Tuesday." So like they claim it before anybody else gets the chance, and so then we've seen that that's how it works. So these four judges who are on the payroll of somebody who is a very like who's in control of Peachtrees just listen for the issue, at the
yeah.
issues that arise at peach trees, and so they're like, shit, okay, well we gotta like really like we missed that one, that's not good.
Mhm.
They know who Dredd is, they know he's like the guy, right, who's
Yeah,
like a problem, so they're like, fuck, he's over there, okay, we gotta like, and so they like it's believable that they'd be on the lookout for the call for backup. If nobody
yeah,
knows they're corrupted, then like all they have to do is be like, hey, we got it, squad over on the way, right? And then they show up.
yeah,
Like we don't have to have the scene of her telling them to, call 911 and then
yeah,
like having those guys, get rid of it. We just have them show up. And
yeah,
at first, like, and then again, like, if that happens as the audience, you're like, all right, okay, cool, the backup's here, right? But what's gonna
yeah.
like? But then like they walk up to the door
It's
and they
more of a
say like, just
surprise.
open it
They're
up,
corrupt.
right? And then
Yeah,
then it opens and you're like, oh, was that easy? Like, wait a minute, what's going on? And then they come, they come in
and they
and
kill the guy.
yeah,
They kill the medical officer who's like is like, no, you don't understand. This is what actually happened here. They say, are you willing to testify to that? And he says yes, and then they kill him. That doesn't really come as a surprise anymore. In the way it actually is in the movie. In this version, it would come as more of a shock because in the movie, it's like she says, "Let's like, well, we got to call 911.
so
That's our
yeah,
gonna
so
be
like, and then immediately cuts to the four horsemen rolling in there,
yeah."
and
And then when they kill him, you're like, "Oh right, yeah, of course," because they called him. It doesn't hit the same way.
yeah. So it's really just kind of eliminating a small scene, adding a little bit of dialogue, and then you eliminate a scene that is kind
Yeah.
of just like in the way, and you got a nice flow. So I think that would have helped, right? But now we've set up a confrontation between the corrupt judges and Dredd. And then he comes in and he like extort, and I like even still like he can come in and extort more money from Mama because he's just like, do you even know who this guy is? And she goes, no. He's like, well, I do. I want extra money, right? Like, which is a good thing. It's like, yeah, that's a good way.
It's a
of
nice detail.
Nice detail.
But though I'd also say, to regards to like, I don't like why she hasn't called them in sooner. The logic being because they might be really expensive. I don't know if I buy that like makes up for the fact that she waited this long to call in for the guys that would be really useful for her. Especially because money doesn't really seem like much of an object for her. You know what I mean? She doesn't seem concerned with that. You know, what I mean, they have all this crazy, like all these crazy guns, and like they're in charge of this entire block and selling drugs to people. They're doing really well. They're Tony Montana, right? So like at his peak, right? So I don't know if that really explains it for me. It's just a little odd that she waited this long to bring in backup. It's not a big deal.
I mean, she thinks that but then again, like it isn't a lot that's happened, right? And like especially if you change it around so that like the backup shows up because of what Dredd called, right? Yeah,
that would make a lot more sense.
Because then we have a little bit less of a problem because you would think that after the miniguns fail to do anything, that would be when she has them called. Not like when.
Why doesn't she just surrender her entire operation and evacuate if she got enough money to not worry about spending it? That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying she has enough money to retire. They're trying to like grow and like.
Yeah, they want to expand out of peach trees. They want to get a little bit further.
I don't buy that she waited this long to call these guys because she's like, I don't want to spend the money. I just don't think that makes sense.
That part is a little. That's it. Like, oh,
well, I
they're
think
going to ask me
the
for
movie's
cash.
reasoning is that she didn't really think of him as a major threat until now.
Yeah,
that's the movie's reasoning. But I just question that. Why? Because he seemed to be causing a big problem for.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. Like she's a drug lord villain. I buy enough that she'd be arrogant enough to think like I can solve this problem on my own. I'm okay with it.
I mean, it's iffy. It's iffy, but it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with it. I'm fine enough with her not wanting to like call in her police backup just because like when she's still under the impression that she can handle it herself. Like after all of this, I'd like
though
I think you tighten it up a little bit more because I think
he's
really
he's already wiped through quite a few of her goons and taken a guy hostage who knows a lot about their operation and everything like that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I don't know. It's just she
finally. Sorry, I was gonna say her so one of the things we didn't talk about is how she turns on Wood Harris's character when they bring the Anderson in, and she goes, "You should have just confessed and let him kill you. Like you should have just said like, yeah, I did it and died, because then this wouldn't have been a problem, right?"
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand why he doesn't want to die, but yeah, that would have helped her a lot.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't want. Which she's like, no, like you should have just. Because if you had just said, "Yeah, no, I did it," and like that would have been the end of it, they would have walked away. You holding out is why we're in this situation right now.
Mm-hmm. I get her being annoyed with him for that. That makes sense for me. That all works. Let's see, where are we now? So he did the bait and switch, where actually he was across. Oh my gosh! And then he used incendiary rounds to blow them all up. That's fun. I like some of this action. It's pretty fun. I like the look of this movie. I mentioned it before, but there's a sort of low, I don't want to say low budget because like it's not like the Blair Witch Project or anything, but like this movie looks a little cheap in a way that I kind of like. It gives it a charm. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's got that like that sort of like gritty.
The green screen isn't always great. The cameras they're shooting on aren't always great. Some like early digital sort of stuff that doesn't look amazing, but I enjoy it. I think it adds something to it.
Yeah, I think honestly, I really do enjoy the way like it fits the they use their limitations in a way that I think fits the movie's atmosphere very well. The
I
world,
agree.
you know.
Yeah. And then so now that the corrupt judges are here, there's a fight between one of them and Judge Dredd. And my only complaint about this scene is that it's kind of hard to tell who's who sometimes. I
Yeah.
had to watch it twice to figure out who got punched in the throat at the end. But so be it.
Yeah, I
That
mean, also really fun scene, like really fun where he just like punches him in the throat and he's like like the blood splatters out and he's just like then he leaves him there to like I love the villain like the villain fall where he like walks out into the hallway and then drops to like is like bluttering and then drops to both knees and collapses in front of his goon squad. I don't know.
yeah.
I just like it. I think it's fun. It's exactly the kind of schlocky stuff that I would enjoy from this kind of movie. You know?
Yeah, this movie, and I say this, with respect. This movie feels like a like a really solid B movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's it's
It's got the
it's
same
got
kind of charm for me that like an Escape
yes.
from New York does, or The Warriors, right? Like those.
Hmm.
Now they may not have really been considered B movies, I guess, at the time, but like they've got that sort of like cult. It's got that cult classic feel, right?
Yes. Oh yeah, definitely. And I think in terms of atmosphere and style, it definitely succeeds in that department. Dunny says, if I remember correctly, the general color palette of the movie, especially when they're inside the peach tree, isn't as flat as stuff that comes out nowadays. Yeah, it's like colorful. There's a lot of like sickly greens and sickly yellows. Like it's not pleasant. This
Yeah.
is not a fun place to be. There's like neon reds and like it's gross and stuff, but it's colorful and it's got a sort of color palette that is unique.
It really
Um,
reminds me a lot of like some people in the chat probably would you I don't know if you would get this one because I think I only introduced you to the first game, but it reminds me a bit of Omega in Mass Effect 2, which is this sort of like sci-fi space slum that has like these sort of industrial looking walls and like dark colored
mhm.
neon lights and like dark
Yeah, like
red and
really
green.
gross, like yellow, green fluorescent lights, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
It,
Everything's dirty.
good vibe. Good vibe.
Yeah. It felt lived in, but in a way that like God, it would suck to live here, in a
I
good way.
also really like the so there's some fun details in like the wide shots that they do where like this is something that thinking about Fallout recently also. So like, in Fallout when they get into Vault 32 and there's like very plot specific graffiti scrawled in blood on the walls, right? In
Yeah.
this one they've got graffiti that just looks like there's one that just says chopper and the O has a smiley face in it, and it's just like you don't like yeah, that just sounds like
That's what
something.
graffiti often looks like in real life. It's
Yeah.
like just someone's tag and it's like meaningless and often you can't even read it. So
Yeah.
like, yeah.
It's done very well in this one where it's just like they don't give you like this is the kind of thing that like if they remade it nowadays that would have said like death to management or something like that or like who judges the judge like that
Oh
kind of
God,
like
yep, that's exactly what it would say.
yeah.
No, I'm with you. Let's see. I know we had to leave fast, but Dredd could have grabbed Chang's ammo. I agree with that.
Yes.
Um, the movie kind of plays fast and loose with like how because it cuts and the other corrupt judges have found the one he just killed. So he's had time to run away, but it's not clear how much time. So like it kind of plays a little fast and loose with it, but he could have grabbed his gun. That wouldn't have taken much time because especially because now in the final sort of stretch of the movie, we're gonna do stuff where like, oh, he's running out of ammo, so he probably should have grabbed that guy's gun, but he didn't. That's a shame. I would have appreciated him as like an intelligent, competent character to watch if he was, a bit more competent in some of his decision making. Then we see, oh, this is Hugh stepped away for a moment, but I'm curious what he thinks and what you all think of the scene where Wood Harris
Oh, I'm still
has
here.
Wood Harris has Psychic Girl alone, and he tries to shoot her with a gun. But the gun's like, you don't have the right DNA not a match, and then like blows up his hand.
It's a lot. Okay, look, man,
It's fun.
it's fun.
Yeah.
Should he probably know that he can't do that? Yeah. Yeah,
Probably. He's a
probably.
career criminal. He should probably know
He should
that.
probably know what those guns. Like he's like, oh, I always wanted one of these guns. He should
It's
know.
totally possible that he might not know, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's possible. I think I like it more that he did like yeah. He probably should have realized that. Um,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and to the point, like he couldn't have just grabbed his gun, the other judge's gun because they are ID checked. He couldn't have just taken his gun, but he might have been able to take the ammo from it.
yeah,
Not actually sure if
I
you
mean he
can take
does
the
later.
magazine.
He does later take the ammo for like
Nope. Yep. You're right. He does do that.
because he's
Never
out
mind.
of bullets in that one
Point
scene.
stands.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then he
Okay. Yeah.
takes the ammo off of the guy, off of
Yeah.
the others. But yeah, like yeah, no, I think like Wood Harris probably should have realized what was going on there.
That's all right.
It's
It's
fine.
fun.
It's fun. It's a great special effect. Like when he's like, oh, like looking at his hand, and then she like kicks him in the face and all that. And then like, we get to see her being kind of like she's here for a reason. She knows how to fight. She's been trained. I like it. I'm on board with her. Like now that she's in here and they think that everything is taken care of. She's got the advantage. The advantage of surprise. The element of
Mhm.
surprise on her side. So
She
she can
takes
kind of
out a
like,
couple like random goons. She obliterates one of their faces. That's pretty brutal.
yeah,
Um,
pretty good. I like it.
then Judge Dredd ends up in the sort of area where they're manufacturing all the slow-mo. Um, and then the other judges follow him here. A couple shots ring out, and all the people run away. And now they're kind of like hiding behind all the equipment and stuff like that. He blows one of them up with like a big explosive round. That's pretty fun. Like
Yeah,
he
man.
his whole body just like is obliterated. It's pretty fun. Um, then we get to a scene where Judge Dredd is behind a wall and he's using it for cover, and he's either out of ammo completely or has very little left. I can't remember which.
He's
Do you
out.
remember
He's
what?
out by this point because like now before we get too deep into that because I really like the dialogue at the beginning of this scene between these two
Oh yeah,
characters where
go
he's
for
like
it.
asking him is like how much money buys a judge. Sorry, one sec. Let me take care of something real quick, but I will get back to that in a second.
Okay, so but I can pull up that scene so we get the exact line. Do 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 do.
All right, we're good. Yeah. Anyway, so I really like when he's just like, "How much money buys a judge these days?" He says, "A
What's the
million."
price of a yeah? What's the price of a judge these days? A million.
Like,
Split four ways. He says three ways now. He says suits me.
yeah, so it doesn't seem like much. And then like, when he kills I love all that stuff. And then when he kills the other guy, he's like two ways now, which is great. It's
It's
like
fun.
it's
Yeah.
so much fun. I really like that, and we're intercutting between that and the female judge who like doesn't realize that the rookie is a psychic at this point, right?
Hmm.
And so she tells Cersei that what she's gonna do is like, oh, I'll just pretend to be your backup. So like, I'll get the jump on her, and I won't hesitate. I'll just shoot her. She'll hesitate, so that like I can shoot her basically.
And I'm
It's
like, okay, cool. That sounds smart. Yeah, let's see
sounds
how that plays out.
let's see how that goes.
You, how does that play out?
Well, so we get that line read. She ventures off looking for her, and the rookie just ends up behind her. So like she's got the gun pointed at her, and like I guess this is why this happens, but it's a little silly to set it up if you're gonna play it out this way. The rookie has the gun drawn on her as she steps around the corner. The bad female judge turns around and says, "Stand down, rookie. I'm your backup," which is hesitating.
Yeah, see, she could have just shot.
She could have just shot.
You say, oh, see, the advantage is she's gonna think I'm on her side, but she's gonna hesitate because of that, and I'll have the chance to kill her. So she has that chance to kill her, and she wastes it by going, "Stand down, rookie." She could have just shot. I thought that's what we were setting this up for.
Yeah. Which you set it up that like she was like, oh, she's just gonna shoot. I thought there was gonna be like a little bit of a firefight. Instead, she just says that, and then the psychic Anderson reads her mind, realizes that's not true, and just shoots her, and she's dead.
Yeah, so the opposite happened actually because you're dumb.
It would have worked just as well if she stepped around the corner, the psychic reading went off, right? Like
Hmm.
she reads her mind, and then like has time to duck from the shot, or like to dodge out of the way of the shot. Like she realizes
Something
what's about
like
to happen.
that.
Would have worked
Yeah.
just as well. Actually better,
Hmm.
since you set that up in the first place, dude. Like
Yeah.
just do that instead.
Yeah.
But
Um,
yeah.
Getting back to the the price of a judge. So here's the other thing. I remember it was mentioned that like, oh, maybe she didn't call them in right away because maybe they're expensive. They even says, "What's the price of a judge these days?" And he says $1 million, and he says that doesn't sound like much to betray the law. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of read that as him being like, yeah, would have
it's
had,
like an
you would have had
argument
to
of
buy me,
principle.
with even more money than
Yeah,
that. But yeah, I mean, he
yeah.
does say
I
it
guess
doesn't sound like, and to be
there's
fair, it doesn't sound like much. $1 million, like on that kind of operation. I like now. Granted,
well,
I don't know what the state of currency is in Mega
yeah,
City
that's
One.
what I was thinking. I wouldn't be surprised if in the future, like that is actually not a lot of money at all because of inflation and everything. But we don't need to get hyper autistic about that. We'll just let it go.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, so then Judge Dredd is hiding behind a wall and he's out of ammo, and the other guy just takes his gun and puts it on armor piercing and then shoots him through the wall and through the stomach. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, first of all, I was confused for a second because I forgot that that was Dredd, but then I remembered. So, like, that's, that one was more of a me because it says so right on his chest. I just wasn't looking at it. I was confused about who was who because they both have like 5 o'clock shadow and they're both white. So,
Yeah. So
um,
your racist brain took over. That's just
exactly. So
how
he
it be.
gets shot like right through the abdomen with like armor piercing weapons. I'm like, oh no, I didn't expect that to happen. What's going to happen to our boy Dredd? The guy rounds the corner after shooting him. Instead of just shooting him again, he kind of monologues at him a bit, which gives Dredd just enough time for his backup, Anderson,
Well,
to
and
show
okay,
up.
so this is this is one of those scenes because I really like the dialogue at the beginning half of this scene where they're
Yeah.
talking about the corruption. Then we get to this point, and this is sort of where Alex Garland's later years dialogue starts to creep in because the dialogue is, and I think you can read this out for me since you have the transcript. He says, Judge Dredd says, "Wait," and the guy starts monologuing like, "Wait, wait." That's it. The great
Are you
judge.
kidding me? Did you just say wait? Judge Dredd, the Judge Dredd, finally gets on the wrong end of a gun, and what he says is wait. You know what? I expected more from you. I mean, wait for what? Wait for me to change my mind? Wait for another 2 or 3 seconds of life because you're so fucking weak you can't stand to see it end? And then he just says no, and then
Wait for her to shoot you, which
yeah,
I'm not.
that's
That one doesn't hit.
that's
That one doesn't
it's
slap.
it's hacky.
The other lines slap. This
That
one
yeah,
does not.
well, yeah, at least he didn't say in the previous scene that I'm not going to hesitate, by the way. So at least there's that. But
Yes.
it's a little hacky that he monologues instead of shooting him. Whatever. It's not impossible. It's just a little lamer than it could have been.
Well, and it's just not like it's not. And this is it's not like it just isn't the kind of like banger line like two
yeah,
ways now from
yeah.
earlier, or like when there's a line where she asks him if he thinks that this option is the right way, and he kind of like shrugs out and goes, "You're the psychic," like there's a lot of snark to his lines in
They're
earlier
fun.
scenes, and this one just doesn't quite do it for me the way the
Yeah.
others do. This one is a little bit of a letdown comparatively. It's
Yeah,
not
and
atrocious. It's
it's
just,
not the line that bothers me as much as him just like happening to monologue at him to because I mean think about the convenience of like the timing of her showing up just to save him in exactly that moment. Like that she found him in this giant maze of a place right at that exact moment.
yeah.
It's a little hacky. It's more than a little hacky. It's pretty contrived, but that's fine, I
Yeah,
guess. So,
yeah.
but then the other thing that bothers me about this is that he's been shot through the abdomen with like armor piercing bullets, and then he takes out he calls it basic field dressing. He says that out loud, and then he like
Staples himself back together.
staples
Yeah.
himself up. It's the same shit that happens in Fallout actually, where she like stim packs herself and then staples herself, and then that's it.
Yeah.
They must have watched Dread.
They must have, yeah. I
They
mean,
clearly didn't learn a lot of the right lessons that they could have learned from it, but there are some similarities that are kind of funny. That's all. Yeah, and then he's just fine now. Like I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
It's just it
whatever.
was a little like we avoided any consequences of him being shot through the abdomen. I would have liked a bit more if like I mean, he might have more of a grimace. He might be like I don't remember him like limping around. Not that he would limp from getting shot in the stomach, but you know what I mean. I don't remember much
He doesn't move any
consequence coming from that.
stiffer. No, not really, because
Yeah,
this is the end. We're at the end, right? Like the big obstacle between him and Cersei, or in Mama. I keep calling her Cersei because of Game of Thrones.
that's fine. You
The
can
big
call her that.
obstacle between him and
Mama's kind of
Mama,
a dumb name, so you can
yeah,
call her Cersei.
like the big obstacle is gone. The corrupt judges were the big obstacle. So like all that stands in their way is just like a couple of gang members who are left, right? Um, before we go too much further, though, I wanted to talk about how much I love this. Like, so the scene after the miniguns, where she finally, like, basically kind of, she's standing there staring across the hallway, across the atrium, looking at
Mhm.
the wreckage she's caused, and he comes running out of the smoke with her lieutenant in his grasp, right? Just throws him off the side, right? Throws him off the balcony. And then when she like looks down at him and then looks back up, he's just walking away, which I fucking like. I was just like, that's great, Like they didn't even bother
The watch.
to like have him like look at her and like walk away. They just had him turn around and walk away without even like he doesn't even care. Like, and I love that. That's like little moments like that really shine,
Mhm.
especially in this, to the point where I'm just like, see, like this understands what people want from this kind of movie so well that it still blows my mind where he's ended up after all
I
of this.
I totally agree. Here's another small detail that I liked. It was mentioned in the chat by Georgius Rex. What do you think about when Dredd met the first bad judge and he realized that they're corrupt because he didn't ask about Anderson? Like that gives him away. I like that
Yeah,
detail.
I liked that too.
Yeah, like
It's
that's
efficient,
not
and that
meant. Yeah.
establishes him as smart, right? Like he
Yeah.
understands.
Yes. And that's what I want from him consistently across the whole movie. And they're just
It's
they don't do that.
what's even better is it slaps even harder if this is the backup that he legitimately called in, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. It just makes him even more intelligent to
yeah,
expect it. Right. Yeah, that's a detail I quite like. Anyway, so he's given himself the basic field dressing, and then we mow through a couple more nameless people, and we arrive at the main Cersei's main hideout.
first we
She's
got
got
to
her
go through
hand.
Domhnall Gleeson.
Oh, did I breeze through that?
Yeah, when they find him in
You're
the
right.
uh, the
You're right.
room and she lets him go.
Yes, so they find Domhnall Gleeson in the room, and Dredd wants to kill him, but this is where we get the first big break in sort of character between Anderson and Judge Dredd. She reads his mind and concludes that he's a victim in all this, that he was only doing this because he was forced to do it, that they tortured him by taking out his eyes and putting in weird, like, camera lens eyes instead, that he's a weird sort of cyborg who's forced to do their bidding and decides to let him go. And she has a little speech. Let's see if I can find the exact line where she says, this is,
She
all
says
right.
he's like a victim, not a
Right.
yeah.
Okay. So she lets him go, and then Judge Dredd says, "Mind explaining yourself, rookie?" And she says, he says, "Abetting a felon is not just a fail offense; it's a crime." She says, "I already picked up the fail when I lost my primary weapon." So she's like, "I've already failed the test." Right? I'm not going to be a judge, and I don't need to be a mind reader to know it. He's a victim, not a perp, and until my assessment is formally over, I'm still entitled to dispense justice. And that's what I just did by letting him go. Maybe that'll be the one difference I do make.
Good.
She also extracted the code to her chambers from him. So,
Yep. Good.
what do
I
you think
like
of
it.
that?
I like it. Good.
I
Good.
think I like it too. The only part of it, okay, let's focus on the good first because I like a lot of this. I like her realizing, like, basically like, I don't want to be a judge. I'm not going to be a judge. I already
Yeah.
failed the test either way, but I don't want to do this. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
want to
not
have
cut out to be. I'm not cut out for your average Tuesday.
to. And then she's like, maybe I can make a difference by letting this one guy who, yes, he committed a crime, but he was clearly forced to do it. And I like this because we've seen other people that she didn't make this assessment of, but those people were actively trying to kill them. So it makes clear sense why she didn't have that opinion of them,
Yeah.
right? This is one of the first people who's just like, I'm not armed. Please don't fucking kill me. I didn't want to do any of this. They forced me to. And she learns, obviously, by mind reading him that, he's a weird, like, unwilling cyborg because of them and all that sort of stuff, and decides to let him go. Like, maybe that'll be me making a difference because she's been worn down by the cold, brutal reality of this whole mission that
The
she's
trauma
like,
of this mission. Yeah.
and she's like, I don't know if I'll make a difference at all, but maybe that's something I can do. And I like that. The only part of this that I'm like on is like, she says, until my assessment is formally over, I'm still entitled to dispense justice. So like she says that as if like, hey, because this test is still going, I'm allowed to make these kind of decisions. And I feel like that's kind of irrelevant if he's the one in charge. Like like isn't can't he like give her orders? Like, you know what I mean? I I don't know how you read that particular line, but that
It's so okay. It's interesting because he has been letting her take the lead, right? Like on
Mhm.
everything, and he's so the idea I think is that she is a judge, right? This is her test thing, but she's it's like it's a field test, right? So like
Yeah.
she is a judge, which means that
Mhm.
while she's out here on the assessment, like he can tell her, like he can give her orders, but like they're more like partners than anything, right? Like
Um,
he's assessing her, but it's not like he's like giving her orders on like what sentences to pass. I
okay, so this is one of the first main moments where they come into conflict with each other about what they should do to someone.
Yeah.
There are moments earlier where there's an initial disagreement, and then she tells him why she thinks this is a better idea, and he listens and goes, "Okay, you're right." But this is like he was gonna kill that guy, and so like what makes this scene work and is good for me is that like I can understand him being convinced by what she says, right?
Yeah.
That like he's softening maybe a little bit too, not to the same degree that she is, but like going like, well, I'm still a judge, I'm allowed to make these decisions. It just makes me think like, well, isn't he still in charge? Like, isn't it really like he's letting you make decisions as part of the test, but when it really comes down to it, like if he wanted that guy killed, he could go kill him. I don't know. It's just something about that line where she's like,
Yeah, I guess
until
I
my,
don't know.
because she also said, like, I'm not going to be a judge. I've already failed. But meanwhile, my test is still ongoing, so I'm allowed to make these decisions. That seems kind of like I don't know if that's how it would work, but I feel like that if you just cut that line, nothing really changes in a good way. I mean, like,
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. It's these are the tiniest little bit of nitpicks, but that line like hit my ear a weird way. You know, what I mean, like I feel like if you just admitted that you're not going to be a judge and that you've already failed the test, I don't know if you can cite your authority by technicality to still make these kind of decisions.
I guess that's
But
true. Yeah. Um.
it just seems like irrelevant and like an unnecessary and inclusion in an otherwise good
It
scene.
now I did feel like it was a little bit too like. Honestly, this is another one of those lines where I was like, "That's a little Alex Garlandy." It's a little on the nose with that.
Yeah,
I'm not a huge fan, but it doesn't bother me all
yeah.
that much. I do get what you're saying though, that it hits your ear a little weird, you know.
Dunny says, "I take it I shouldn't bother watching Fallout." Yes, you should not.
I would not. I would not.
I clearly a lot of people are enjoying it, so you might be the kind of person that enjoys it. I think that if you sat anyone down who really liked the show and like really grilled them on like, okay, but why does this happen? Why does this happen? Why does this happen? It falls apart. And I don't think I wouldn't recommend it to people, and I don't want the show to be a success because I don't want to reward the like really bad writing. Fallout is a really poorly written show, especially like when you really dig into it. It's really remarkable, actually.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's
I wouldn't.
unbelievable how much it manages to screw itself up within a single season. It took Game of Thrones 8. Fallout did it in 1. So,
Yeah, they're speed running it. They're just getting better
yeah.
and better. Let's see. Yeah, I enjoy it, but it's terrible in terms of Fallout. Yeah, there's style points to be given
Yes, they
Fallout,
for
but the
7
writing is
episodes they
pretty
kind
bad.
of nail the vibe. And then like in the 8th one they just kind of like yeah.
Yeah,
It's if you're a New Vegas guy, it's
don't watch it.
yeah, do not watch it if you're a New Vegas guy, but it's Bethesda-fied Fallout, like
In
hardcore
terms of the
Bethesda-fied.
tone, yeah, and but the writing is really remarkably
Like,
bad.
everything
So I
you
would
don't like about Fallout 4 is magnified by 100 in this show.
I would say that's true. Yes. So they let Domhnall Gleeson go. That is. Then they come to Cersei's hideout. They got the pin from his brain from mind reading him, and now they can.
Now they can get in, and there she is, plugging a little something into a little doodad into her arm. What is that, Jamie? What's that thing she's plugging in?
Oh God, a dead man switch, right? That's what they call it.
That's what they call it, basically. Yeah.
Yes. And she says, "Hey, you can't kill me. If you kill me, this thing will detect that my heart stops, and then I've rigged the top like 70 stories, I think she says, to blow up.
Yeah,
If I
I
die,
can't
I'm
remember.
taking the whole top half of this building with me and everybody in it. So
And
you
that will
can't
destroy.
kill
And
me."
she says something about how that'll destroy the bottom part of the building too.
I mean, I could
I
imagine
can
it wouldn't be
imagine.
good
Yeah.
for the structural integrity of the building. Let's
Um,
see. You're a piece of work. Let's just read the exact dialogue because this is probably one of my least favorite scenes in the whole movie. Let's go through it in detail.
let's do
She
it.
says, "You're a piece of work, Dredd, but then so am I. You think I didn't know I'd get busted someday?" Goes with the territory. The entire level is rigged with enough high explosives to take out the top 50 stories. Okay, 50 stories. If they go, the rest go too. I feel like that more or less follows. Like the jewelry, she says, it's a transmitter synced to my heartbeat. You know, it would have been funny if just Red just like shot her before she had a chance to say all this because she wastes so much time. Um, that and
I would
everything
have
blowed
liked
up.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would. I'm glad he didn't because anyway, like the jewelry, it's a transmitter synced to my heartbeat. My heart stops beating, the building blows. Everyone in it ash. You got no way out, Judge. Put your gun down. Okay, first of all, first thing, that's not true. They were just in the area that they were controlling this building from. They could just open the building up. They didn't. I'm not sure why they didn't. Um, so there's
Yeah,
that.
that's a good question.
Um, so my heart stops beating, the building blows. Everyone in it ash. You got no way out, Judge. Put your gun down. Do you know how many people live in this block? And he says, this isn't a negotiation. The sentence is death. He says, you can't afford to take the risk. And then he shoots her. And right away, I'm like, oh no, what are we doing? Why would you do that? Let's just get through the whole scene before we start pulling
Yeah.
it apart. He says to her as she's lying there bleeding out, her pulse slowing, but it hasn't stopped yet. He says, "We're a kilometer above ground. What do you figure the range is on that thing? Could it get through 100 levels of concrete? How about 200? Let's find out." And then he like says, "Citizen Mama, your crimes are multiple homicide and the manufacture and distribution of narcotics. How do you plead?"
And then
She
he also then doses her with the slow mo, and she basically just hits that euphoric hits the
she gets
euphoric thing, and then like
the high.
the
Yeah.
high, and she doesn't say anything. She
He
just
says defense noted,
yeah, which
which is a
is
fun line.
it is fun.
Let's keep going. So he throws her off the balcony, or off the sort of the ledge, down to plummet to her death the same way she did to the rival gang members at the beginning of the movie. She crashes to the bottom and goes splat right on a piece of glass in front of the camera lens. Um, Splat, she's dead, and then nothing happens, and Dredd looks and goes like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about this.
uh, it's yeah. This is probably
The single dumbest thing that happens. Yes, I
yeah,
agree.
yeah. Um, So
Okay.
yeah, let's talk about it. So she puts the little fucking switch, the little pulse meter, in her arm, and it's blinking with her heartbeat. So like these are the stakes of the scene we have established. If her heartbeat stops, the top 50 levels of the building are going to explode. That is what she's that is what she is like threatening here. That is that's the stakes.
Now,
Now,
okay.
the dialogue here does not sound really like it's flowing together. Like they're not they sound a little like they're talking around each other, not to each other. Uh it's not quite connecting for me. It seems a little disjointed.
All
And
right.
then
Well, let's get to the real heart of the matter here. All right. He should know that okay, her pulse stops, everyone in the building blows up, right? So the
yes.
first thing he does is shoot her. Not a great start, but you find out his reasoning is if I shoot her and then I can like throw her down to the bottom of the building, that will certainly, and I have no idea how he assumes this, that will certainly be far enough away that the signal won't reach the bombs that she has rigging the whole place to explode. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's bad.
He risks killing how many people? Thousands of people minimum.
75,000 people. 75
He
because
risks
like the whole bill
yeah.
she's saying that the top 50 are going to go and take the rest with her. Um it might make a little more sense if it was like maybe like at the bottom 50 because then the whole thing would collapse. You might be able to get away. Like I don't know. Well, let's say 75,000 people. The whole building basically is the test, right? Top 50 floors are rigged to explode. There are 200 floors. So he's gambling on the fact that this thing can't make it through or can't reach 150 floors up. That's the gamble here, that the signal might not make it from the bottom of the building to the top. So let's just
What?
throw her off the building and find out. That's it.
And then he looks on with this smug satisfaction at the end, like, yeah, I knew it. I knew it wasn't gonna reach. Okay. So there's no reason to assume this. Okay.
No.
There is no reason to assume this at all. For one, his communication device is communicating with his headquarters, however far away that is, way further away. So I don't know why there would be any reason to assume that her signal can't reach super far, right? And he risks killing himself and 75,000 other people on this test, and he has no reason to think the signal couldn't reach this. And he doesn't even know it's going to work. He like looks on in suspense a little bit.
Oh,
And then he's like,
shit.
yeah, I knew it.
No turning back.
And the movie plays it like it's badass, like, he's not going to negotiate with terrorists. Like, first of all, you can just take her captive.
Yeah, like just and
Why don't you want to do that? She's useful. Like, okay, the sentence was death for the other guy too. Like, sure, like you know what I mean. Okay, so the Wood Harris character, at first they don't know he did anything worthy of death. Eventually, they find out that he did.
well, they want to interrogate him because he hasn't confessed, right? So like they've got the psychic's word for it that he killed these people, and if he confesses, they can kill him, right? That's the idea. But he doesn't confess, so they have to interrogate him. And the whole thing is that Cersei's worried that if they, or like, I mean, not even worried. She's just like, if they take him in to interrogate him, he will talk. That basically just like we'll just assume that in the far future that gang members don't just they're brutal enough. The law is brutal enough that gang members will talk eventually, right? So, like, there's no way that she can buy his loyalty. So that's why we've done this whole thing, right? So he finds the proof of what she's been up to, and he has passed sentence. He is going, the sentence is death. However,
Okay, but it's so stupid that obviously, from our perspective, everyone watching this perspective is like, yeah, this woman probably deserves to die. No one has any problem with that. But that doesn't mean you have to kill her right now or else you're negotiating with terrorists. That's not how it works. Just take her captive. Just take her out of the... Okay, and here's the other thing. All right. So let's talk about this dead man switch. What it should do, if it were any good at all, is blow up when it stops receiving signal, period.
Yeah, that's usually how
Regardless
they
of,
work, from what I
yes.
understand.
Yeah, whatever is receiving signal on the detonation device at the 200th floor, whatever it is, that should blow up as soon as it stops receiving any constant signal at all, right? That should be how that works, but it's not how that works for no good reason. The other thing is like, okay, she has a, let's assume it worked how it ought to work, right? They couldn't just take her from the building because then she would get too far away and
And
it
it
would
would blow
stop
up.
receiving
Yeah.
signal and it would blow up. First of all, just go to the control room and open up the blast doors and then bring in backup. Like she has no leverage, just sit there with her. You know, like what's she gonna do? Like kill herself? Like is that what she's like? What is her goal? Why can't they just? I don't understand this at all.
Yeah, yeah. Like she's her goal. What is her goal? What is she trying to accomplish? Like, what does she think is going to happen?
She's trying to save her life, but like there's no reason to assume that this would mean she gets to get away with it and just keep on with business as usual, right?
Yeah.
He's like, okay, well, this is my only way of staying alive. That's her thought process.
So she's like aiming for life in the ISO cube. Is that what
I
we're? Is that
guess.
like she's hoping that he'll just have
This
to
can't
take
be
her
a
in?
permanent standoff forever. You know, they'll find a way of jamming the signal or disarming the bombs. You know, they just need to keep her alive and keep her in one place, and then they can go dismantle the bombs.
Yeah.
But instead, he's like, nah, I'm going to risk everyone's life in this building on the guess that your signal can't reach 200 floors up.
Yeah, and on the guess that your signal can't reach 200 floors up, and on the guess that your dead man switch won't just blow it up when the signal disappears, right?
Yes.
Like,
yeah. That's, oh, God, you're so right. That's an even worse guess,
yeah,
honestly.
it's even.
And,
like,
okay. And also, this is the final conflict between our like main villain and our hero. Like, this is what it's all been building to, and there's really nothing to it.
yeah, because like, and like, really, what is? So again, we have to come back to the idea. What does she want out of this? What does she think she's gonna get out of doing this? It's like she knows that there is not a like. She's not going to be able to keep doing her, drug business. Most of her
Yes.
people are dead, right? Everybody has been notified at this point, like what's going on. Yeah, they have to have been, or I guess maybe they don't have to have been because he doesn't always do that like that. But like it's done, right? It's over. Why not just blow it all up? Like
Yeah, that is a very
with
good
this
question.
gambit? Why not just detonate the whole thing and kill him and her? Like do it like. Why the standoff? What does the standoff accomplish?
Don't know, because the other thing is, presumably her sentence is death, right? So she would only ever do this because she didn't want to die. Like, so like the alternative is like her, like I can't make heads or tails of it because there's no way the standoff can last forever. As was mentioned before, they cuff her. They keep her in a place where she can't do any harm. They go open up the building. You have people come in. Bomb squad comes in and they disable the bombs. The end. Then they kill her.
Yeah.
That's what would happen. That's what should happen. All right. So I think we've made it quite clear why this doesn't work at all. How would you fix this? We've talked about a couple of rewrite options. How would you fix this?
Ooh,
Final
boy.
confrontation.
Okay.
Let's say what you want is for her to be thrown to her death while she's on slow-mo because that's a fun
It's a fun
payoff
callback. Yeah,
for her.
fun payoff, fun callback. All right. So we got to get rid of this dead man switch thing. We got to get rid of this game. Like you have to. Like there's no way to make this work. It like the explosive wiring as like a last minute defense against being taken like because the only other option really is that she detonates the top 50 floors of the building.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because someone said the Saw 2 tech team is going to come in. Have you seen Saw 2?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, in Saw 2, they find like the computers where Jigsaw has like a live feed, supposedly in air quotes, to like the game he's currently running, and they need the tech team to come to try and like hack in and try to figure out where these people are, and they spend half the movie just waiting for the tech team to show up, and it's like, are they driving from an hour and a half away? What is happening here? Um, there's a lot of jokes to be had about the tech team in the EFAP movies on Saw 2. Go check it out. I edited that one. It's pretty fun. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so like, we got to get rid of this. We got to get rid of the whole idea of her wiring the top 50, because like, what's the way out of wiring the top 50 floors, right? Because like, we're not going to kill our heroes and blow up the whole building. That would be retarded, right? That doesn't that is a bad move. So it has to be a totally different thing. Like this particular, like, there has to be some kind of actual confrontation between the two of them that doesn't involve a standoff, and I don't know what you do.
All right, we'll keep thinking about it, because I want to see if we can come up with something. Someone said, Amir in the chat said, the tech guy she spared switches it off. That would be
that would have. You know what? I like that. Yeah, you know what, Amir? Good shit.
And if you wanted to keep it a surprise, such that like there's a bit more tension in the final conflict, you set this up where she has this dead man switch. Let's assume it works like an actual dead man switch, where if it didn't get any signal, it would go off. Let's say it doesn't have any stupid limitation on the range, anything like that. And let's say, let's just assume that you keep her same motivation, where she's like, if you kill me, I take this whole place with me. What her end goal is, we could maybe come back to, but the idea that like, or like maybe it's not so much a dead man switch, actually. Let's ignore the dead man switch. Let's more like, she's got a remote control thing. She presses a button, it blows up the whole building, right?
Yeah.
And her goal is like, I'll let you out of here, and that will give me time to somehow get away. I don't know. You concoct some way of her getting away. Like, that's what she's hoping for. And like, go away, back out. I want you. Like, if you don't leave the building right now, I'm going to blow everything up. Something like that. And then you find out the thing that like she was going to use to blow up the whole building was like either sabotaged or made to not work by the tech guy. Something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I think that works. That's a good payoff because of what we've seen that she did to him, right? Like she gouged his eyes out and turned him into this like nerd monstrosity who is constantly plugged in. So like, for whatever reasons, like, she's created her own downfall through her cruelty. There we go. We've checked that box. He was shown mercy by the judges, so he repays a favor in kind. Check.
And we soften them a little bit.
Yeah,
check.
We soften them a little bit. Her resolution that there have to be good people in the tenement, the favela building here, that pays off. Check mark. Okay. And the Dredd, who was initially like, oh, why are you mind explaining yourself as to why you let him go, realizes that maybe it gets a little bit of a hint of like, hey, you know what, maybe every now and then a criminal does exist who is a good person, right? Like,
like who's only doing it because they're literally being forced to do it. And like, if you show them mercy and compassion, they might be useful to you. Ignoring any of the like touchy feely stuff, they might be useful to you.
That would have worked. I think that's the best way to do it.
We check off that the villain is willing to kill everyone for the sake of like escaping, or like, for her own sake, like she's just willing to destroy everyone here and take everyone out with her. But then it doesn't work because of her cruelty to that guy, kind of bites her in the ass. So there's something there.
Yeah.
I think that would be better.
It would be better. I think that would be much better than what has happened here. And also, the people are pointing out in the chat that he ran off without warning them about it.
Oh God, yeah, because you'd think he'd know.
And Anderson didn't pick it up when she probed his brain that any of that had happened. And
well, the interesting thing about that, I don't mind that one as much, because they do a fairly good job of establishing that when she is reading someone's mind, she only reads what they're thinking. So if she wants something specific, she has to fish for it. And then what we can do here is that he shouldn't just be bargaining for his life with the code to the room, right? Like, he should be bargaining with the knowledge that it's wired to blow,
and
Yeah.
she's willing to do it. She's fucking crazy. She's willing to
Hmm.
blow the whole building up and kill everybody if it means not being, if it means not like going out on her own terms, kind of thing, right?
Yes.
So he should be
Hmm.
bargaining that way, but he's not for whatever reason.
I think you'd have to assume that somehow he doesn't know, but I don't know how he wouldn't know about
Yeah,
this whole kill switch thing. He seems pretty involved in what she's up to. Um,
yeah,
so that's a little dumb.
yeah. Good job, Amir. I think that's
I think
the way
that's
to do
yeah, I
it. I
think
think
that's
that's
the
the
way
way to
you
do
would
it.
do it. I think that would help a lot. You could even do something, let's say, because I think I originally said that he had secretly already sabotaged it. But I think it could be more interesting if you could have more of that ticking clock. Okay, she's got the equivalent of the like button on a suicide vest that she can press at any moment. Like, if you kill me, I take everything with me. Like, you let me go, and you don't all die. Right? That's her plan. And she's got this place rigged to explode. But little do like you plant the seed sort of vaguely before, but you don't say exactly what it is yet, so it can still be a surprise for the audience. And then when it comes time for this confrontation, he says something like, "We don't negotiate with terrorists," or whatever. And like she goes to press the button at a certain point, and it doesn't work, and we cut because what's her name has like found like her and tech guy have disarmed the bomb themselves in that time.
Yeah, and that gives, so that raises another issue with the way it's done currently, is Anderson doesn't get much to do in this final scene.
Oh, he gets nothing to do essentially,
She
except
she she
to
has
like.
she's shot. She's shot and down, and that's basically it, right? Like
Mhm.
she's just kind of moping around on the floor, like
Yeah,
you
I,
know,
I I like the idea of her trying to press the button, realizing that it doesn't go off, being like, "What the fuck?" And then he has helped a psychic lady go disarm the bomb from wherever the bomb is. You know what I mean? Like it'd be multiple bombs, but you know what I mean. There's probably one place where you can
yeah, like
disarm it
let's
from.
say that like there's like a I don't know, something like a small range. We also, if we had introduced an EMP earlier, we might have been able to deal with a little bit of the issue with the security cameras. We go half and half that they have short range EMPs that can disable some security cameras for them, but they're limited supply.
Maybe something
um,
like that. Yeah,
Something like
it's
that, and then
possible.
like also that some of the cameras are broken, but that he has one, like he knows where there is one, or where there should be some that can like effectively block the signal, or like
Something like
hold
that.
it in
Some way of
limbo.
disarming it, and we can
Yeah,
do it where like he says he'll help them, but we don't know exactly the details, so it can still be a surprise in the finale. That could be fun.
yeah,
Then you can still have your moment where Judge Dredd is like, oh, like maybe he's because you'd want to make sure they have enough time to go do that, whatever it is. Or okay, two ways of doing it. One where like he needs to stall to make sure there's enough time for them to go disarm it. Or if they've disarmed it already, then he can have his badass moment where he's smug and like cocky and is like, no, I don't negotiate with terrorists because they had already disarmed it. I don't know. You could go either way. Kind of depends
I mean, you
how
could
you want to
even
play
like,
it.
I mean, this is probably a budget constraint issue, but you could even have her, because like she has been physical in altercations before in the movie, right? Like she gets up, she punches wood.
Talking about Anderson?
No. Cersei,
Oh, Mama. Okay, yeah.
Mama. She punches Wood Harris in the face. Like she gets physical in these
In the
violent
face.
confrontations.
Yeah.
So like we can have her like fighting him, like trying to like salvage this, as like she makes one last ditch attempt to overpower him, yeah, physically, or to wound him, and then maybe his bullet wound comes a little bit more into play in the end of the movie here. Like maybe we give him a little bit more of a struggle, like maybe it's his leg instead of his abdomen, so he's limping a bit and he's a little weakened, and she can take advantage of that. He gains the upper hand regardless, and then she pulls out the all the stops for the dead man switch and goes, all right, like look, this is my last resort here. Like I will blow this place unless you let me walk out. Like you let me walk out, walk away, and like I will or I will detonate, right? And then he has
Yeah.
to stall a little bit while the other, and then we get the other two. There's some intercut scenes there with the other two where they can, be struggling to disarm the explosives, right? Like we
Hmm.
got that. Um, and you'd need another contrivance to throw her out a window if you use smart writing in this case. I mean, I think it's
Well,
still a good callback, even
actually,
if he just like,
I don't know. Yeah, because okay, if okay, so they've bested her. Her plan to blow up everything doesn't work because they thwarted it, and now it's like, well, the sentence is death. And he decides, you know what? Because you did this to someone else, and because you're a particularly mean bitch, I'm gonna do what you did to those guys at the beginning of the movie. Boom.
yeah,
I don't know if it really needs much more than that. He's um, I could see him doing that to someone in this case, based
yeah,
on everything else we've seen. I wouldn't have any problem believing that, and it would be kind of fun karmic justice, and it wouldn't be undermined by the fact that I'm watching it going, Dredd, no, what are you doing? Like, why would you fucking do that? Um,
yeah. I think
yeah,
that's
and
pretty
I
much
think
what we need. There is like
the last
we need more
couple,
budget. That's what we need.
well, the last couple things you mentioned, I don't think they'd add a ton of budget really. Like, I mean, an extra couple scenes, sure, but like not a ton really. The other thing is that I think that would help elongate the final conflict because as it is, setting aside all the stuff with the dead man switch and Dead's reckless endangerment of like thousands of lives based on a whim, all that sort of stuff, it's just very short. It's over in a flash, and I'm like, oh, that was kind of underwhelming, even from like a pacing point of view. I was just a little underwhelmed by that.
Yeah, it's a little short. It doesn't quite feel like a payoff between Dredd and the villain of the movie, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
Except for throwing her down to her death while she's on that drug. That is that
That is,
moment,
yeah, that is a good
but
moment,
it
but
is
I think it
undercut by how stupid it is. It
how's
has its
and
place.
how like how little time is spent with her, right? With their like they finally meet face to face, and it's just basically like a real quick conversation and chuck out the window, you know?
Yeah. You know, I think that was underwhelming in terms of like pacing and sort of dramatic weight. But yeah, I think that finale is pretty gosh darn stupid. Easily the stupidest thing in the movie, as far as I'm concerned. I suppose what I would put second is that him not giving more information when he's out on the balcony because it would change a lot of things. But this is way worse. This is the worst thing about the movie. Um, I really don't like this part. I think
Yeah,
it's,
I
I
mean,
think it's,
yeah, that's fair. It's not
I
good.
think this part is bad. Um, and it sucks that it's the climax of the movie as well. I think it unfortunately does a lot of damage to what we were led to believe at the beginning and what we would all like to think Dredd's character is. You know, this makes him uh very callously reckless in terms of endangering other people. Um, kind of stupid for assuming like he's incredibly lucky that his baseless assumption happened to be true, you know, all that sort of stuff. And as it stands, her plan also makes no sense, which kind of makes her lame as a villain. So that's when I mentioned at the beginning that like I think there are some writing issues. This is the
This
big
is the big
one.
one. Yeah.
There are other smaller ones, and I still think this is leagues better than, say, Devs or Civil War or Men and some of his later work. But I don't think it's Kino in the same way a lot of people have made it out to be. I see why people like it, but it just has too many problems for me to think it's actually really good.
Yeah,
I think it,
it has good vibes. The ending could be better. With the ending is the biggest problem. The other bits are like little tweaks that really would have tightened it up. You know,
I mean, they
um,
still cause problems, but it wouldn't take
just
much to fix
yeah,
them.
it wouldn't
Yeah.
take as much to fix them. You need to add a few things here to fix the ending. A few scenes, probably, and a little bit of extra, like a little bit of extra oomph to what we do get.
Hmm. But
So
you know, there are probably other ways of doing it too. But I like the sort of like what we've arrived at as a group here for like how it probably should have gone. I think that would work a lot better.
yeah,
And the movie would have left a much better taste in my mouth if it had gone that direction instead. Because really, that's the end of the movie. We get one final scene, afterwards. It's morning now. There's a lot of Die Hard elements to this.
Yes,
Anyway,
yeah, yeah. I
but
did
it's
like
morning.
I did
It's morning
notice that.
now, and the rest of the judges are arriving. And the supervisor shows up and says, "Where is it? Do-do-do-do-do-do. When I heard you'd called in a 10-4, I thought I'd better check it out, seeing as I forced the rookie on you. So, what happened in there?" And he says, "Drug bust." He said, "It looks like you've been through it." He said, "Perps were uncooperative." So, how did she do? She a pass or fail? And then there's like a long pause, and he says, "She's a pass." Because I knew she would be. And essentially, that's it. And then there's like they repeat the sort of opening monologue again, and it doesn't really add much, but they repeat it, and I suppose it's like a bookend thing, and that's it. So I still think it's a little weird that he didn't say more, but I'm fine with it as a moment, like I said. And then it kind of at the end it makes it seem like there's something in the idea that like she clearly doesn't want to be a judge, but I think she deserved to pass because she proved
Yeah, I like that.
herself.
I do like
Yeah,
that. I like that
that's
that he
yeah.
yeah. That's good. That makes it, yeah. I do enjoy, and she, like, one of the things that we didn't mention here is that she hands him, like, he says something like your assessment's over, and she just hands him her badge and walks away. And he doesn't say anything, and then does that whole line of dialogue, and that's good, right? Like he's nice and stoic about it, and he doesn't show, obviously doesn't show what he's feeling or anything, and he gives that
You can
assessment.
read
It's
into it,
good.
yeah.
It's really solid work. I like Karl Urban in this a lot. I think he's
Yeah.
great.
Oh yeah, he's doing a good job, and I do want to commend the movie for like keeping him in the mask, the helmet the whole time. Good stuff. And yeah, I'm fine with that ending. Sort of the ending note is like, well, she proved her salt as a judge, even though she probably won't. She's not going to be one, but she proved herself worthy. And I suppose by implication, though it's not made explicit, and I think that's a good thing. He's learned some things as well. Um, that's all well and good. I wish the climax wasn't ass.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
That's fair.
Number out of 10, that's tough for me. I certainly, I certainly enjoyed aspects of it more than I thought it was like really good. Um, I don't know, man. That ending uh, undoes a lot of the good work for me. I don't know. I don't know if I have a number for you, but
I'd
you know,
probably go with like a 6.5 for me. I think it's enjoyable, and I would watch. I like this is the second time I've watched it, and I would watch it again, even knowing that like yeah, the ending is not good, right? Like there's no way around it. The ending is not good. It needed to be tightened up there, and it could have been tightened up in other places, but it's only an hour and a half, and it's one of Alex Garland's best. Like of the, what are we going with? Like two, three?
well, I still haven't seen. Or are we only talking about the directing
Yeah,
stuff?
the directing of Alex Garland's directing work. It's definitely
This
like
is better than Annihilation,
it's
at
better
least
than
from a writing point of
Annihilation.
view.
It's better than Annihilation from writing and from fun. It's
Okay,
better
yeah,
than
because
anything
like
else that he's done.
for anyone who's confused about that, Annihilation's entire premise doesn't work. Whereas
Yeah,
this is like there's a lot of contrivances and conveniences and some really dumb decisions that undermine character work and things like that in this movie. There are problems, but Annihilation is like kind of fucked at the core ground level, unfortunately. If you need a reminder, the whole idea is that they're sending in a team of psychologically broken people on purpose to like try to save the world from this thing that's spreading, and they're sending in people who want to die on purpose because the movie wants to have themes. So it's retarded. It's really it's just really really
yeah.
bad. Um,
This is better than it's better than Devs by a long shot.
Almost everything is better than Devs. Yes.
Yeah, and
It's better than Civil War. It's better than Men. So yeah, it's easily his second best. If we credit him basically as the director, as a lot of people behind the scenes do, this is his second best directorial work. I'll want to at some point watch 28 Days Later and Sunshine and see some of his other work that he's only written to see how this slots in. I I'm on the fence about whether I think this is a good movie. I understand why people like it. It's right in the middle for me between like a balance of things that I do like and things that I don't. Um, I understand why people enjoy it. There's a lot to enjoy, but it just has so many problems for me to really appreciate it as much as a lot of people do.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair.
In terms of the directing of this movie, it's mostly pretty good, I think. You know,
Yeah.
there's not a lot of problems that are like problems of blocking or editing. There's only a little bit of confusion in the fights between judges that look almost identical, but that's, it's just like there's some clumsiness maybe sometimes, but overall, I say it's pretty well directed. Some of the performances are just okay.
Karl Urban's is a real standout though. Like it's
oh, for
really
sure,
fun.
for sure,
It's really
absolutely.
cool. I really enjoy the what it does well. I really like. And not enough for me to like really be completely taken out of it by how like I mean again how bad that ending is and like where it fumbles itself. But yeah,
Mhm.
I mean like if you're this is the kind of movie I think that you can look at it and like from the outside and know whether or not this is for you, you know?
Yeah,
Like
it's one of those. Yeah,
yeah.
if I had to give it a number, just assessing the writing itself, I'm leaning more towards something like a high four, low five, but I enjoy it more than that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think I'm giving it a 6 out of 5 or
Six
6.5.
out of five. Wow, that's pretty good.
6 out of 5, perfect movie. No, I'm giving it a 6.5 mostly because like I do enjoy the movie a lot, despite the flaws. So yeah, I think
Oh,
that yeah, that's and Rakika 28 Days is way better than Dredd. Correct.
interesting.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that next. We'll probably save that because I understand that they are working on a another sequel,
They
right?
are. They
The
are. I
third,
know.
they're working on a third one, and so maybe right around when that's coming out will be a good time to watch 28 Days Later. Try to catch a wave of interest, that sort of thing. So, oh, but I will want to watch that to continue our Alex Garland retrospective. I'll want to watch Sunshine at some point
Yeah,
because
I have not seen Sunshine, so that'll be
that comes well regarded as well, well reviewed from what I understand. So
I had a friend in high school who really
I'm glad
enjoyed
I
that
saw
movie.
Dread. I'll probably won't see Dread ever again, and I can appreciate why people like it. I just, you know, if
Yeah, well, and I
anyone
think
if
one of
anyone says it's amazing, just let's talk about that finale. That's all I'll say.
and I think one of the most interesting things about it is, for a first directorial adventure here, for like, it's not obvious where it's going to end up, right? Like where he is going to end up, like with the kinds of movies
Oh,
he's
as a
going to end up
director,
making
yeah,
as a director, because you watch
it feels more
this,
like a fluke. It feels more
yeah,
like a fluke.
like that's the thing that's kind of nuts about this one is that like this is miles better than what he's ended up making since,
Yeah.
regardless of its flaws.
Mm-hmm.
And it
I
is
know.
it is
Absolutely agree with you.
wild that this is where it started and how far it has fallen, especially since like Ex Machina is like okay, so I think we can basically say of his directed movies, Ex Machina is the best one that he's done, right? Like it
It's
goes Ex
not
Machina
even,
and then
as
this.
far as I'm concerned, it's not even close. Like this movie, like it's okay. It's maybe mid in a sort of unbiased sense, but Ex Machina is just legitimately really good.
Yeah.
I've seen it a few times now, and I think it really holds up. It's simpler, I would say. It benefits from that compared to this movie in terms of like issues created by so many variables and all that sort of stuff. Ex Machina is a bit more streamlined and simple, but yeah, it's his best work, and he deserves all the credit in the world for making a really good movie. It's just a shame that all his best work is behind him.
Yeah, I mean it's tragic, man. It's like because like
It sure
the
is a
good
shame,
stuff
yeah.
in this one has potential. Like there's potential. Like you
Yeah,
look at this and go like, it's flawed, but there's a lot of potential in what you did here. And then you look at
I
Ex
I
Machina
agree
as the
with
second
that.
one, and you go, damn, man, not bad. And then Annihilation, and you're like, what the fuck? What
Maybe
happened?
that was a fluke.
Yeah, maybe Annihilation was a fluke. And then Devs, and you're like, what are you doing? What is happening? Men,
Yeah.
oh, you're just off the fucking deep
You're
end,
just you're
bro.
fucking with me now, aren't you? You're doing this to annoy me. Eric says firsts are often bests or near bests in most works of art because it's usually made because of a spark which sends someone down the art path to begin with. I think
That's an
that
interesting
that's
idea.
part. Okay, so it's definitely sometimes true. Okay, so the countermeasure to that would be a lot of people, I would say the best directors do actually get better at their craft with time, um,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
get
like
even better.
I love
So
Reservoir Dogs, right? But I don't know if I'm going to say that Reservoir Dogs is Tarantino's best. Actually, I know
I
I won't. I know I wouldn't.
yeah, I agree. It is really good. It's like comparing really good to amazing. So,
But
that's
yeah,
not an
like
insult to Reservoir
some
Dogs.
people get, yeah, not no, not an insult, but some people really do improve with,
Yeah,
with.
and that's certainly always the goal. But but I think that's often true, and that comes up the most, I think, clearly for a lot of musical artists where their first album is like, especially back in the day with how getting a record made used to go. It's like you've been working on these songs for a long time, you've been touring, you've been playing gigs, you've been honing them, you've been like making adjustments to them and really refining them, and then you finally get a record deal and you put them down to tape, and it's like, man, these are really good. You spent a lot, and then it's like, oh, you get a record deal, and it's like, bam, now you got to come up with a new album. You don't spend nearly as much time working on it. You don't spend nearly as much time taking the songs on the road, playing them live, seeing how people react to them, changing things, adjusting things, finding things, and improvisation, all that sort of stuff. You just go into the studio pretty quickly after the first one was a hit, and then often that second album is a drop off. I think time spent working on and developing things is a big part of why um, a lot of artists' first work is pretty good. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Especially with movies, because sometimes with other, like, if you're a painter or whatever, there's not the same barrier to entry with painting. So like the first paintings you ever did when you were in like middle school or high school probably aren't like your best work. It doesn't have the same sort of thing. But like the first movie you made, let's say, you've been trying to make a movie for a long time, you've worked on a few scripts, you've improved your screenwriting chops, just trying to get something made. You finally get the chance to make this movie you've been wanting to make for years. So you've had plenty of time to think about it. You're incredibly passionate about it. You make it, and it's really good. And it's like, okay, now you got to follow it up really quick. And maybe you don't devote the same. You haven't had as much time to let it germinate. And I think often for me anyway, because you know, I do a little bit of writing. I'm trying to do more writing, trying to get better at it. And it doesn't come as easy to me as it does for other people, that's for sure. But I know that like it tends to go better when I have more time to like think on it and like put it away and come back to it and stuff like that. And often follow-up works don't get that because it's not as hard to get the movie made sometimes. You're more
yeah.
likely to do it quickly.
Yeah, and you're more likely to hear people going like, especially if you're, when you're starting out, you got to convince people to give you the budget, right? You got to convince people to spend their money to, make your vision,
Mhm.
right? And then once you
Yeah.
do it, and they're like, "Oh, what else you got? Here's some money. What else you got?" And now all of a sudden, you're working with, sort of working with house money a little bit. People are more willing to hear you out. You don't have to try as hard to impress them.
To
They
prove
Yeah,
yourself.
to
Yeah.
prove yourself, like, so you kind of slack off a little bit, or that.
That's definitely the temptation, right?
Yeah,
That needs to be like you need to work to avoid that. I think that's a part of why sometimes people's first work is their best work.
yeah. So here's an interesting question from Dr. Diddler. How does that theorem apply to Zack Snyder? Well, we have to go through Zack Snyder's filmography and
Well,
for
that's
that one.
it, what's interesting to me about Zack Snyder, though, of course, he has influence over the story in the movie he's working on. He works with the writers, obviously, and a lot of them have his sort of stylistic stamp all over them. He's not the writer, right? Sometimes he gets a story credit, but for most of his stuff, like especially early stuff, he's not the writer. He's a director. And I think with Alex, oh, sorry, not with Alex Garland, with Zack Snyder, it's like he's a victim of being too successful because then he thinks all his like dumbest tendencies he's gonna like triple down on and everyone will like love it. And then he has like, because everything he did in somewhat moderation in his early movies, like slow-mo, like very monochromatic color grades and shallow depth of field and the use of music and a sort of very grim, dark, self-serious tone. Things that were a bit more moderated early on are just cranked up to 11 now. And there's the other phenomenon that we didn't talk about yet, but it certainly applies to a lot of people. It's just the whole like, no one will tell you no anymore.
Yeah,
So like no one's around to be like, you know what, I think maybe this is really stupid. Or
yeah.
maybe like this is like, what are we doing with Superman here exactly, Zach?
What is going on with that? Well, to be fair, his first movie, his first feature was a remake of Dawn of the Dead, which I like.
Mhm.
I don't like his version of Dawn of the Dead. Like, I gotta be like, I know that that one's pretty popular, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Honestly, don't
Would
like it.
you say it's better than what's his best work in your opinion? Because
Probably
I haven't.
300. Probably, I would say probably 300 because I also don't like. And this is gonna be the hot, like the spicy take of the stream. I also don't like his Watchmen. I think his Watchmen totally misses the point of the book.
Well, you're
And
not the only one who thinks that, but I do know that a lot of people like his Watchmen.
I
So
know a lot of people like it, but I find it very cringy, like a cringy teenager's reading of the book Watchmen, and I'm not a huge fan of that one either. So yeah, that's the
yeah,
yeah. I
people are
would say
mentioning people are mentioning George Lucas as probably the exemplar of like no one will tell him no, and then all his worst tendencies just that's what he doubles down on. Yeah, that's definitely George Lucas is
George
the
Lucas is like
example.
the prime example of yeah, like just
Yeah.
indulging terrible ideas. I mean, like watching those behind the scenes things from Phantom Menace, it's like you have no clue what you're doing. I mean, like the best Star Wars movie, being Empire Strikes Back, was made
Hmm.
by somebody that wasn't him. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of
Well,
like
yeah.
that's
And a lot has been said about that, but like, all the struggles he had to make the first movie definitely helped him and not hurt him.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think if we come back to Alex Garland, I think Alex Garland is someone who has just doubled down on all his worst tendencies. I think especially for horrible dialogue, that seems to be the worst because as we've mentioned many times, Ex Machina like tempered that quite a bit, but he's just doubled down on it ever since. And it gets worse and worse in each successive project often, but Devs is still probably the worst. There's also the idea that yeah, I think that seems to be the big thing for him. Also, we've mentioned it before, but he seems to have a much more humorless and cynical read of like the
Yeah.
point of movies now,
He's
where
really
like
forgotten like that movies are allowed to be fun because this is one thing that I like about 28 Days Later is that it's fun, right? Like
yeah.
when you watch 28 Days Later, um you have to know that movie, like you're getting a good zombie movie, right? Like
Mhm.
it is atmospheric. It's exactly what you want out of it. The shot. Now, granted, some of this is Danny Boyle. Some I don't think Danny Boyle is a like a fantastic director in
He's
all
done some good
instances,
stuff.
but
Yeah.
he's done some really good things. And a lot of it in 28 Days Later, a lot of the shot design and the framing and the way that they use the lower end camera that they're using, that's all him, man. That's all Danny Boyle doing some creative shit, and it's a fun movie. Like it's a
Yeah.
fun one to watch. I love turning that on at Halloween. Yeah, Alex Garland understood that this little post-apocalyptic adventure stuff can be enjoyable, man.
Yeah.
You can have fun with it.
He seems to
This
treat himself. This is sorry to interrupt you, but this is why I compare him to Zack Snyder so much because he takes himself so seriously and thinks he's doing very serious work. A lot of especially late Alex Garland stuff is very pretentious. Devs is probably the most pretentious thing I've ever seen, just in terms of the disconnect between how clever it thinks it is and how not it actually is.
Yeah,
Um, and I think he's gotten more self-serious and pretentious since the beginning. You know, he seemed to be less. He seemed to be more willing to like have fun making entertainment, and now he's like, I'm trying to do something very serious here. Like that seems to be his approach.
yeah. It's the idea of like, oh, I have a platform. I have a responsibility to elucidate the meaning of the world
Human
for people.
condition and yeah,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
the meaning of
Um,
life and the universe and everything must come from my movies. Like
Yeah, he's like trying to do Come and See with Civil War. He's just failing at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Rakika says Annihilation is dull as hell. It's depressing. Yeah, once you start to realize that like its early atmosphere is like just a cloak for nothing, it gets really dull. It gets
yeah.
really boring, especially in like that middle section of the movie. It's like, what are we even like the most life we see in the entire movie is when Natalie Portman and Oscar Isaac are like giggling in the bed together for like 5 seconds. You know? Like everything is
That's so depressing, dude. Like there's nothing
everyone's so dull. Everyone's the movie is like doing it on purpose where everyone's
yeah,
really
because the
depressed and
theme is
wants to kill
depression.
themselves. Yeah, and it's just like this is so like
Jamie, I think you're just being anti-intellectual and denying
oh,
you're
don't
denying
get
the work,
me started.
the capacity for metaphor.
That was yeah. Man, Folding Ideas, his video on Annihilation is terrible. He's made good videos before and since, but that one, whew, that one was really bad. Speaking of the videos that inspired us to make our Annihilation review and start this YouTube channel in the first place, um, the Red Letter Media's Half in the Bag review of Annihilation was another one that annoyed us at the time because that one was like, I can't believe no one wants to see this movie. I feel like this is what everyone's asking for, and no one showed up to see it. Isn't that a shame? It's like, no, it's because it sucked. Anyway, but
Yeah.
they recently released a review of Late Night with the Devil, and briefly they talked about the AI Civil War thing.
Oh yeah.
They didn't review Civil War, but Jay at one point says like, "I feel like everyone turned on Alex Garland, and I don't get it. Like, why? He made like Ex Machina and Annihilation. Annihilation was good." And they're like, "Yeah, what happened? Why did everyone turn on him?" It's like, okay, first of all, Annihilation isn't good
No,
actually.
no, it is
If you
not.
actually think about it, it really falls apart, and he's just only gotten worse. Oh yeah, and Jay liked men, of course he did. Uh,
Ugh.
so because he's a weirdo pervert. No, I like Jay from Red Letter Media in general, but there are certain kinds of movies that he likes that I just
Weirdo pervert movies. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Because it gave him an experience that he's never had before that makes it good. It's the same YMS basically saw men the same way. Just like, that's meaningless to me. Like it anyway, men
yeah,
sucks.
yeah.
Anyway, it's just funny to hear them be like, "Wait, why is everyone turning on Alex Garland?" It's like, "Yes, turn on him more. You you don't hate him as much as you should."
Please hate him more, dude. I cannot tell you how many times in the summer after Annihilation came out that I was at like parties and people would ask me because like they knew that we had come, like I had just graduated from film school. They'd come up and ask me like, "Oh man, I just saw Annihilation. What did you think of it?" And I would just like start off on rants to them that would be like like basically more, if you can believe it, more disjointed and like kind of improvisational versions of our video. And I was just like, yeah, this dude, you guys like need to. And like every single time I would bring up certain parts of points about it, they'd be like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. But like aren't the themes like pretty important? Son of a bitch, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
No.
That was yeah, that movie. It sure was something.
Flops. What's crazy too, all of those have to have been flops, right? Like Annihilation was a flop, right? Like it didn't make money.
Uh,
That was the whole that was the whole
let's
thing, right? Like
let's actually. I'm gonna find out right now. I remember thinking that it did flop. Let's see. Okay, so don't mind me googling things. Okay, it had a budget. The budget for the movie Annihilation was reportedly between 40 and 55 million. That's what the internet says. It made 43 million. Woof. That's not good.
yeah,
That's pretty not good. I
that's pretty
remember I
bad.
remember I remember when it came out on like, Blu-ray and DVD and all that sort of stuff. I saw it in the store and they had the gall to sell a 4K Blu-ray of Annihilation for like $30. It's like, yeah, right. You're, like you're gonna make up all your money selling it to people for 30 bucks. That's yeah. Good luck with that. Yeah, so that movie was a flop. You know what? Let's do it with some of his other movies because I'm pretty sure Ex Machina did well. Let's find out what Ex Machina's budget was. I know it was a
I'm
lot
seeing
cheaper.
15 million.
Okay, 15 million. That tracks. That makes sense.
I
Uh,
cannot find anything about the budget for Men. But it only made
no
11.5
one,
million.
no one cared enough to report on it. Oh, it only made 11 million. That's not good. That's
There's
pretty bad.
no way in
Okay.
hell that was profitable for them. No way.
Okay, so if Ex Machina truly had a budget of 15 million, it made 37. So I would say that's either eking into a profit or just barely not, um, depending on how much they spent on marketing. Though I don't know if they marketed that movie a lot.
I remember seeing ads for it a lot.
Okay, well maybe they did. Depending on how much they spent on marketing, that's like kind of riding the line. I would guess. Um, you know what's interesting? Actually, can we go on a brief tangent?
Yeah, sure.
Um, oh, actually, no. Before we do that, someone asked, "What about Dredd's budget and profit?" That is a good question. Dredd 2012 box office mojo. Can't imagine it had a very high budget because it looks cheap, but like I said, I enjoy that about it actually. Um, well, at least according to Box Office Mojo, will you Google it as well just to make sure this number's right? According to Box Office Mojo, the budget of Dredd 2012 was 50 million. That seems high, but
What?
maybe it isn't actually when you really look at everything involved.
45 million is on IMDb.
All right, let's go 45 million. It made 41 million worldwide. Woof.
Yeah, that's not great.
That's not great. You know what's okay? Now that I'm thinking about it, if Ex Machina was his best performing movie and it like barely made a profit, like how does he keep getting movies made?
I don't like. Okay, Dredd did not do great, right? But that they probably wrote off. You know, they Ex Machina is his best performing. Annihilation had a $40 million budget, and it did not make that much, back.
It made like 43, but you know that doesn't include
That doesn't
marketing
include the
and all of
marketing and
the
everything. And yeah, so like
the theater cut. Yeah.
that's a flop. That's a flop. And then Devs was not in theaters, right? So that's like, what did that
You got
really do? He
how,
got like a cut of Hulu. Like that's an expensive thing for Hulu to make. That didn't make them
well,
any money.
that was on FX as well, so that was on television, and so that
Okay.
they had ads during it. So I don't know how much that gets you, but something.
Enough that apparently it was apparently enough to get Men made, but Men, okay, so Men was 6.5 million. Dunny is saying that through his research, Men made 11.5 million. So that would have been the most
Yeah.
profitable of his movies, probably, right? Or that's still a flop, basically. Well, no, because they didn't market
It might
they
have
probably
eked
did.
into a profit, right?
Yeah.
Because I doubt they spent 6.5 million on marketing that movie. A lot of people didn't even hear about it, so they probably didn't spend 100% of the production budget on marketing. They probably spent less. So if you take that and the theater cut, it might have eked into profit like Ex Machina, or maybe not quite. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and so the Civil
That's like
War,
on the cusp.
and then Civil War is a flop. So, like, how did he keep. How? These have all been.
At least Ex Machina is very well reviewed. Dread is something of a cult phenomenon.
Yeah.
Annihilation was like okay, like decently well reviewed, but no one went to see it. So
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how he keeps getting movies made. I don't think he could make another movie for this much money at A24 anymore. I think they're smart enough to know that
Well,
they kind
I
of.
mean, if they're giving him that one called Warfare, and then that one's going to
Oh,
be like
right.
$50
Well,
million.
oh God, maybe they're just dumb. Maybe that's the simplest answer in front of us the whole time is that they're just not actually very good, not very smart. Dunny, thanks for the €2. It's great stream, guys. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it. One thing I wanted to do really quick. This is a brief tangent, but we're talking about budgets and stuff. I want to talk about something that because okay, this comes up when people talk about the financial success of movies. This is something I'm always sort of interested in because I'm interested in the sort of like the business side of filmmaking and like what makes money and what doesn't, all that sort of fun stuff. People talk about whether a movie was a success. They base this on reported budgets, as we've been doing for the past couple minutes. I almost said midgets. For the past couple minutes, and reported budgets are like never like 100% accurate, and we know that because when the Sony hack happened, they leaked a lot of like financial earnings reports for their movies. And you can go and find them online. I have them right here actually. This is movies that were made during and before 2014 when these hacks happened, and often the reported budgets are much higher or significantly higher than sorry, I had it backwards. The reported budgets are lower than the actual budgets. And it's interesting to look at the exact numbers. People often say, as a rule of thumb, you could say the marketing was like 100% of the production budget, so just double it. And that's like a rough estimate of how much it has to make. Like when you really look at the numbers, often like they don't spend exactly as much on marketing, but it's close. But then you factor in all sorts of other things like royalties they have to pay out to actors and all this sort of stuff. It's interesting to look at all the numbers. So, Hugh, here's what we're gonna do. I have them all here. I want you to pick a movie made by Sony before 2014, and we're gonna look at some of the numbers.
Okay. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
Yes, let's
That
do
is,
it.
yeah, that's one of those ones that I always now I bear David Fincher a little bit of ill will for never powering through and continuing that franchise, because I think his version was, and here's another spicy take for the stream, I think his version is better than the Swedish one. It's more accurate to the way the tone of the books. I like it better. But I was always
more
upset.
stylistic. It's very well directed.
Yeah, I was, and I like Rooney Mara. I know Daniel Craig's not doing a Swedish accent. I don't care. I like Daniel Craig in this movie.
And honestly, it has one of my favorite movie scores from the past, like, of this century. It's really good. I really like the score for The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Trent Reznor is the genius.
And I was always very upset that it didn't get a sequel. So I know that it reportedly might have like squeaked out a profit. Is basically like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we got? What are the numbers?
I saw a request to look at TASM 2. We'll do that in a moment. That'll be the next one to do, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. But The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Hugh, do me a favor. Google what the budget for The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo was, as reported, as Googleable, if you will, and I'll tell you what it actually was.
All right. Let me do that right now. It's 2012, yeah?
2011.
2011.
Doom, 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 doom.
All right. The reported budget was 90 million, with the film grossing about 232 million.
All right. So I'm looking at their earnings sheet here, and it says, because these were leaked, you can find them online, which is pretty fun. The direct production costs of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo were actually 111 million. But then there's also overhead costs, something labeled participations, investor share, and residuals paid to actors. So the total capitalized costs of the movie was actually $136 million.
Okay,
and
that's a lot more.
and the marketing costs were actually $99 million.
Ooh, boy. All right. So basically $100 million on marketing and $140 million on overall making of the movie.
So the total costs of the movie, now this includes everything from like the cost of making the prints and everything in distribution that needs to go out to all the theaters, the royalties paid to the actors who got like a percentage of the back end deal, overhead for like office buildings and stuff like that, the total production costs, all that stuff, all the marketing they did for the movie cost a total of $235 million. And
so it lost about 3 million.
Well, if you look at the total revenue, so it has the numbers here. The total loss was $8 million.
Jesus.
The movie lost $8 million.
Well, that explains why no sequel, I guess.
That does explain why no sequel.
All right.
So,
what about Amazing Spider? Oh, sorry.
Before we can go to another one, but what I find interesting about this is like you look at how much the movie made, and you see like 235, 260, whatever the number is, at the box office million, and you see the budget was only 90 million, and you're like, well, surely that made money. No, it didn't actually, and there are a lot of examples of this. which is really interesting because A, their reported budget is less than it actually was, and B, there's all the other costs and all that sort of stuff
Yeah.
and residuals and blah 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 blah. So let's see, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Amazing, come on, show me Spider-Man. We want to do TASM 2, right? Let's see. When did TASM 2 come out? Because I see The
Oh,
Amazing
that
Spider-Man.
would have been 2014. That doesn't fall on this list, right?
Okay, so that hadn't come out yet, but we can look at The Amazing Spider-Man. The first Andrew Garfield one. Let's see. Direct production
All right, here,
costs.
let me do the reported one.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, wow. Jesus. All right. So the reported budget of Amazing Spider-Man 1 was $230 million.
Yeah, that's steeper than I thought it would be. According to this, it was 260 million.
My God.
I had no idea that movie was so expensive. That's crazy. Yeah, the direct production costs for The Amazing Spider-Man 1, $261 million. Including residuals and overhead and all that sort of stuff. The total capitalized costs for the movie, $359 million. But, and marketing costs, $187 million. But the movie made $700 million, so it made a $71 million
Oh
profit.
my God. Okay, so reported budget of for Amazing Spider-Man 1 is 230 million, when 260 actually. The reported budget of Avengers is 220.
That's crazy.
That movie was more expensive than Avengers?
That's pretty funny. They came out the same year, didn't they?
That's why I went to check. It's like,
That's wild.
holy crap.
Yeah, so that's yeah, they're more expensive than they are reported almost always. Someone asked, are there any instances of it being lower? Now, I did sort of scan through these a couple days ago when I first discovered that you can just look them up and find them online. I don't see I didn't compare this with every single one. There are 433 different movies in this document, so I didn't go through even most of them. But often the direct production costs were higher on the actual balance sheet than they were reported in the media, which doesn't surprise me too much because, often the studios aren't like offering up the numbers to the public of their own volition. It's just like people are reporting them, and this is especially common for uh, studios that are publicly traded companies, right? Because investors can find this information and maybe they tell somebody all that
Yeah.
sort of stuff. It's harder to keep it a secret. Whereas like the lower budget the movie is, the smaller the studio, the harder it is to keep it a secret. Sorry, the easier it is to keep it a secret, which is generally something they try to do if they can. So it's interesting. What I learned from discovering these documents is that it's actually we're always underestimating how much money they need to make a profit with a lot of these movies.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look at these and you're like, oh, they really didn't spend any money on marketing this movie. So maybe it still earned a profit. But, for a lot of them, it's like, even if it looks from like a cursory Google search like it made money, it still might not have. Was Whiplash a Sony movie?
It was distributed by Sony, and it was 2014, so it probably wouldn't be on the list.
Yes, it had not come out yet when the hacks happened.
Let me see if I can find some. Let's see, Sony movies of 2012. There's got to be a couple other big ones around then, right?
Well, it goes back. It goes back a few years because, like, Spider-Man 1, the Tobey Maguire one, is on here as well.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I see. Like one here, it says this is 30 Days of Night that came out in 2007. I don't know actually how far back they go. Um, but like Spider-Man 3 is
wild,
on
man.
here. Ghost Rider's on here. Oh, The Pursuit of Happiness, that Will Smith movie, that's on here. That was
Oh, right.
2006.
Yeah. Okay.
So anyway,
Well, let's
it's interesting to
do
go through these.
Spider-Man 3 then. Original Spider-Man 3. I'm curious about that one.
Okay. Spider. dash man. Spider-Man 3. All right.
All right.
What does it
Reported
say? Go ahead.
reported budget. Oh gosh, estimated production budget of between. This is what it says on Wikipedia. Between 258 and $350 million.
Well, that range is uh that's accurate for the production cost itself. The production costs of Spider-Man 3 were just shy of $300 million in 2007 money, I should mention.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
so like,
three.
what was the total?
Okay, so yeah, the direct production costs are listed at just under 300 million. Um, Total capitalized costs, including they paid a lot of residuals on this one. Um, Total capitalized cost $530 million, and they spent 231 million marketing the movie.
So
But the movie made 1.1 billion, so it worked out. They made $187 million profit, all
damn.
said and done. That includes marketing, that includes residuals and everything. Total profit on Spider-Man 3, $187 million.
Oof. Oh my god. Wait, so that's
So they,
actually more. That box office is more than what's listed on Wikipedia.
well, yes, because okay, here's the other thing to remember
Oh,
when
oh,
you're
right,
hearing
yeah. Afterward, the movie sales and everything like that. Yeah, yeah.
movie sales. Yeah, that has gone away to a large degree, not completely. So here's the thing. So back in the day, VHS, DVD, Blu-ray sales and rentals and stuff like that.
They could supplement. Yeah.
Yeah, licensing the film to television, that would pay. Because okay, for example, Spider-Man 3, all these numbers are listed as well. Their domestic theatrical margin, so they have how much revenue they made domestically. So what's the reported number for how much it made domestically at the box
Uh,
office?
all I have here is the Wikipedia one that says 895 million box office total.
Okay, well, we won't need the specifics, but like on these sheets, it says like domestic theatrical margin was 86 million, international theatrical margin 110 million. That's like, positive.
Yeah.
Uh, Domestic home entertainment margin 110 million, international home entertainment margin 76 million, total television margin. So a bulk of that is international television revenue. So that's licensing it to be played on television abroad. Um, that alone earned them $122 million. So a lot of that, like, so when you're looking at the total revenue, a lot of that isn't just coming theatrically. The problem with a lot of more recent movies is that there's not as much rentals of individual movies anymore. You can go on Amazon or Vudu or wherever and rent a movie individually for like $4 or whatever. But most people just have streaming services, right? And you pay for everything in bulk, so they're not getting as much money. Now, if you're like an A24, you make a movie and then you sell the sort of streaming rights to, I believe most A24 movies, not all of them, but most of them are now on HBO Max at the moment. So like they're getting money from HBO Max so they can show those, obviously. I don't know how that cost compares to the equivalent from back in the day if people were renting your movie. Obviously, it's kind of a blanket,
Yeah.
for like, so it changes it a little bit, but not as many people are renting the movie. Not as many people are buying physical copies of your movie. So some of those revenue sources, other than just the box office, are drying up if they haven't dried up entirely. So that makes a big difference as well. So like, I'm sure if you looked at, so would you say that the total box office gross worldwide for Spider-Man 3 was
895.
895? Yeah, if that's all they got, that would not have been a big profit for them. But because of all
Because
the
of
other
all the
sources,
other home media
yeah.
and everything like that. Yeah. That's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, and Dr. Diddler said this talk does not bode well for recent films like the Marvels. No, it does not.
No, no, it doesn't. See, and part of the what I find interesting, but like it's hard to sort of read this stuff as a kind of passive observer from the outside. Is that like we only have these numbers because they were hacked, right? So a lot of that stuff. I think it's fair to assume anytime you hear a reported budget that it was actually a bit more than that. I
Yeah.
think that's a safe assumption across the board. And it seems to be, if you look through these numbers, at least for Sony movies, it seems to be that like marketing costs were not the same as the production costs, but like maybe three-quarters as much or like in that same range. You know what I mean? So it's always more expensive than you think. So when a movie really underperforms at the box office, where like it doesn't even make its own budget back at the box office, when you include everything else, that's awful. So
Yeah. Oof. All right.
After Earth would be on that list as well. I'm glad you mentioned that because I believe After Earth is one of the biggest flops in this series of documents. After Earth.
All right, I pulled that up actually. Hold
And
on.
this will be the last one because I could do this all day.
Yeah.
Well,
All right. Budget reported budget of $130 million.
direct production costs for After Earth were 147 million.
Okay.
Total capitalized costs excluding marketing 174 million. So that would be, hold on. And then if you add in marketing, so 174 plus the 95 million they spent on marketing. So total cost of the movie, $269 million. And total revenue, 238. Uh-oh. They lost $62 million loss. $62 million loss on that one.
Ooh, my God, dude. Will Smith. Buddy.
Yeah, that's a big loss. I mean, clear like some of these there are movies on this list that made a profit of like $180 million, which is insane. So like in the total balance, I don't know if they like came out on top, but some of these were pretty big stinkers. Anyway, I find that sort of
That
thing
is very
interesting.
interesting, yeah.
Yeah. And you can go find this information if you want. It takes a little bit if you're not familiar with accounting sheets to learn how to read them. But once you do, you can learn a lot of interesting stuff. Anyway, that was Dredd. Thanks for listening to us talk about Dredd and other things. We
Yeah,
appreciate
guys.
you. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, this has been a fun one. It was
Yes.
good to, to go back to the beginning of Alex Garland's career. You know what, Jamie? Before I let you go,
Mm-hmm.
Donald's Angry has a question that I would like to know the answer to as well. Is Prometheus on this list?
Is that a Sony movie?
I do not remember.
I don't think it's not on the list.
Okay. Okay. That.
Yeah, it's not showing up. So. Boom, boop.
Okay. Yeah, because that was 2012. Let me see if I can. That was Fox. That was
Yeah.
Fox.
So those wouldn't have been in the Sony leaks.
No, that's that. Well, I was hoping.
A man can dream. I am curious about that one as well. Anywho, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. This was a good one. Very enjoyable.
We don't have a plan to announce for what next week's stream will be, but we will let you know as soon as we do. Until then, I hope you enjoy the rest of your week and all that fun stuff. Thanks for hanging out.
Some
Thanks
ideas for next stream as well. So
oh yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about it. Yes, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the super chats. We very, very much appreciate it. Oh, one quick thing. We do have a subscribe star set up. If you're interested in supporting us, you can do that there. It's in the link to a couple of our videos. I will put it in the link to this stream as well. You know, if you're feeling like supporting us, we would certainly appreciate it. If not, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Toodles.